Rest of the finishers, only one non-finisher there. Jake Renshaw was next, Harvey Kersley, Caitlin Scharfegger, Will Crudson, Sherry-Ann Powell, and just one non-finisher, Kyle Wells. Great shame as he was on for a maiden podium on his debut. But next up, as we say, it is the big rigs. British Truck Racing Championship out for race 3 of the weekend. Of course, the name on everyone's lips this year, Ryan Smith, Flying Ryan, going for an incredible 9th consecutive title in Division 1 this year. Will anyone be able to stop him? He opened the season with 2 wins. He led all the way ahead of David Jenkins in both races yesterday, while in Division 2, for the slightly less powerful trucks, it was a double win for Paul Rivett, the reigning champion there in his MAN. We'll see them out on the grid in a moment. We will have a reverse grid for this race today. Now this year we don't line up the divisions separated. So we'll see Division 1 and 2 mixed together on the grid. It's first weekend of the year for the British Truck Racing. A big thank you to all the partners of the championship in 2024 as well. They are TRP Parts, UK's largest range of all makes of Truss GT tyres. The BWOC, bulk fuel supplier, providing renewable diesel deliveries and carbon neutral fuel. Transport Monitoring Solutions, Truck and Driver Magazine and Freyhoff Trailers. Just some of the partners involved in British Truck Racing this year, and a big thank you to them for all their support as always. So 2 double wins yesterday. Now, those grids were set by the qualifying session in the morning, the first and second fastest time for each driver. Now we go into reverse grids for the weekend. 12 trucks here this weekend. The top 8 on each grid will be in reverse. This first race of the day, based on the results of race 1 yesterday, with the top 8 flipped around. The 8th place finisher was Paul Rivett, the Division 2 winner, so he will be in pole position for this next race. Can we see him stay in front? Will we see a Division 2 truck win overall? Can't remember the last time that's happened. Last few years we have run them from split grids, with the Division 2 trucks starting in a separate group behind the Division 1s, but they're mixed in together this year. Of course, at one time we did run separate races for Division 1 and 2 as well. Ryan Smith, that means, the double winner yesterday, will start from back in 8th place on the grid. He won race 1 yesterday ahead of David Jenkins. Then it was the Olivers, father and son, but it was son ahead of father this time. And Michael Oliver was very proud to have beaten his father Stuart, the 10 times British champion, one-time European champion as well. Stuart had some problems in qualifying yesterday, had a fuel leak. But started back in 6th on the grid, but fought his way through to 4th. He got past John Bowler and Stephen Powell. They were 5th and 6th in race 1. Stephen Powell, the local man to Brands Hatch, lives just down the road, debuting a new MAN, we believe this one, certainly a new livery for this year. And also a warm welcome back to David Smith, no relation to Ryan incidentally. David, a former Division 2 champion way back in 2012, his first truck race meeting for almost 8 years this weekend, having bought one of Ryan Smith's fleet of trucks. He's bought an MAN on his local circuit here in Kent as well. He was 7th in race 1 yesterday. It was Paul Rivett in 8th. And the other runners this weekend, Neil Yates, 2nd season in truck racing for the Recovery Company boss. Another Kent-based driver, plenty of local racers too, Brands Hatch. Alongside him is certainly not a local racer on this grid, Tom O'Rourke from Livingston in Scotland, the boss of MV Commercials. New truck for him this year as well, the International Navistar, the bonneted truck, similar in appearance to Ryan Smith's Daimler Freightliner. Completing the field this weekend, the other 2 runners in Division 2. Simon Cole in the Pink Panther, his Iveco. Always a fan favourite, the man who used to race the Mercedes-Benz, or Mercedes Beast as he used to call it. And also John Powell. Now John was involved in a bit of a scrape in race 1 yesterday with Paul Rivett, picked up some damage and didn't make it out for race 2, so hopefully John Powell's team have been able to repair his DAF LF, and the Black Machine will be back out for this race today. Just waiting for the circuit to be made ready for the trucks. Of course, the marshals will have to be moved back off their post. You can see on the left of your screen there that they've all moved to a position of safety. And now the truck's being led out in the background by the TRP pace truck, as you can see from the outer paddock. I must say a big thank you to all our volunteer marshals, the Orange family as we call them. Could not go racing without our volunteers. If you've ever wanted to become a marshal and get up close to the action, have a look on the website barc.net for the British Automobile Racing Club. And also marshals.co.uk for the British Motorsports Marshals Club. There's a few of our Orange family on the run up Halewood Hill on the inside of Druids. They've moved back off their post for safety reasons. So we have seen trucks go into and through barriers in the past. So Thruxton last season, you may have seen Neil Yates had a very big accident at the first corner. Thankfully no injuries to Neil or any bystanders. So the grid confirmed then for truck race 3 of the day. It is Paul Rivett on pole in the number 22, the Napa Auto Parts MAN, alongside David Smith, number 11, the returnee this weekend in his MAN. That's the first of the Division 1 trucks. Second row, number 3, Stephen Powell, and 14, John Bowler. Third row, Stuart and Michael Oliver. Fourth row, David Jenkins, and double winner yesterday, Ryan Smith. Neil Yates and Tom O'Rourke be on row 5, and then it's Simon Cole and John Powell. Good to see John Powell is back out. He's repaired that bit of damage from yesterday. The number 6 DAF, the oldest truck on the grid, completing the field. Hopefully we'll see grid sizes rise further as the season goes on. We're hoping to see possibly Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman, back out in his tartan liveried number 32. Of course, was injured in a motorcycle accident, sadly, last season. So hoping to make a return this year. Quite a few drivers have gone to race on the continent this year. The likes of Ricky Collett, the veteran Yorkshireman, the Reed brothers from Stoke in their Ivicos. John Newell representing the UK in the European Truck Racing Championship. We're likely to see some of those back at, particularly at Donington in August for the Convoy weekend. It's a massive celebration of all things truck racing. We even saw Isle of Man TT legend John McGuinness racing a truck at that event last year. What is it with motorcycle racers and having a go at truck racing? Because of course in the heyday of the sport in the late 80s and the 90s, we had Barry Sheen and Steve Parrish racing trucks, and Steve went on to be European champion in the BP liveried Mercedes. You think we could see Valentino Rossi racing a truck one day? I mean, he's now racing GT cars, of course, International GT Open. Who else could we get to race a truck? I reckon Jonathan Ray, the multiple World Superbike champion, would be up for racing one of these things. But it is Paul Rivett, former multiple Renault Clio champion, who leads them up to the grid. Won the Division 2 championship on a tie-break last year with Adam Bint in the Volvo Whites. Adam Bint, another man racing on the continent this year. David Smith alongside him in the ex-Ryan Smith MAN. Great to have David back, very popular figure. He said yesterday, truck racers, once you've got the bug, you keep going. David Smith, he says, will be just as quick. He's just a bit greyer than he used to be, I think he said yesterday, when he was talking to our man Pointy down in the paddock. We'll hear from Pointy a bit later on. Stephen Powell on the second row in his MAN. The man from West Kingsdown, just down the road from Brands, in the colours of NYR, Neil Yates Recovery. See his teammate Neil a little bit further back on the grid. John Bowler's there in the number 14. Just one win in Division 1 last season. He moved up from Division 2 in his MA. Stephen Powell has had just one win in his Division 1 career so far, former Division 2 champion. Stuart Oliver, a 10 times champion, starts alongside his son Michael. The two GT Tyres sponsor machines, new liveries for them this year. Michael had a single win last year as well at Pembrey. There's David Jenkins and Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith, who did most of the winning between them last year. Jenks had a couple of wins, the man from Stafford in the black and white Digraph Transport MAN. And then 8th on the grid is flying Ryan Smith. Can he make it 3 out of 3 this weekend? As he goes to that incredible 9th consecutive title. Could he overhaul Stuart Oliver's record of 10 championships? Stuart has been a European champion as well in the past. And I'm sure one day Ryan Smith wants to head into the European Championship as well. Let's see, it has the budget. You need a huge budget to do that, though. Then it's Neil Yates and Tom O'Rourke in the MV Commercial number 86, the International. Lovely looking machine that one is. Had a spin into the gravel at the start of race 2 yesterday, and we had our first ever virtual safety truck in the championship. Now the trucks are slowed just like a virtual safety car in Formula 1 racing, and then extra time is added on at the end of the race, which confused me at first as well when the checkered flag initially didn't come out. Simon Cole in the Pink Panther and John Powell in the number 6, the black and green beast. The Dutch-built DAF complete the Division 2 ranks. They're going to have their work cut out to catch Paul Rivette, who's at the front of the grid in this one. So here we go, behind the TRP truck and trailer parts DAF. Paul Rivette, the Division 2 runner, with the weight of the world on his shoulders here. Could we see a Division 2 truck hang on and beat the Division 1s? This is going to be very interesting. The Division 2 is slightly less powerful. All these trucks 12 and 13 litre engines running on sustainable fuel, as you've seen. That was pioneered by Adam Bint in the championship. All turbocharged, water-cooled brakes, electronically limited to 100 miles per hour. On the road it's 56, of course. These trucks have tachographs recording the data, effectively a black box on each of these trucks, making sure they don't exceed the speed limit. You'll get penalised if you do. So here we go then. First of 3 races today. David Smith's dropped back a bit there, the grid a little bit out of line. Pace truck will just slow them a bit to give him a chance to catch up. 15 minutes of racing then for the British Truck Racing Championship here on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, the third of 5 races this weekend. Paul Rivette in the Division 2, MAN on pole position. Can he make it 3 out of 3 in Division 2? Can Ryan Smith make it 3 wins out of 3 in Division 1? David Smith seems to have disappeared. Has he pulled off somewhere? Yeah, the pace truck has stayed out, so it looks like David Smith's got a problem. There he is. He pulled out of line there. I thought he'd slowed up. Is he going into the pits? Yes, he is. That's a shame. He's due to start on the front row. Well, they couldn't start the race, obviously, with a slowing truck on the circuit. So David Smith is into pit lane. His team will be down there, the DS Commercials truck. Red has come out, so the start is aborted. What's going to happen here? The Mini Challenge Club Sport drivers you see looking on there from the assembly area, they're up next. As David Smith brings his MAN down pit lane. Wait to see what the problem is. I suspect we will do another formation lap without him and get the race underway, and David will be able to join in from the pit lane if he's able. Team are down there to check on him. Find out what the problem is. Hopefully our Pit reporter Pointy is down there as well and can tell us what the problem is with David Smith. It is his first meeting in nearly 8 years. Just giving David Smith a chance there. The marshals will be talking to him. The scrutineer will be down there as well, checking that everything is okay. Somebody in our comment thread quoting C.W. McCall's famous song Convoy. I'm not going to sing it, don't worry, I'm not singing on the rolling lap. Should play it really on the rolling lap. They did at Donington one year at Convoy in the Park. There are one or two American trucks here. One of our big recovery vehicles from Mick Gould Commercials we spotted on track yesterday. The big Peterbilt, a show truck in its own right, that machine. Saw it recovering John Powell's truck yesterday. So David Smith's truck being worked on down there. Hopefully Pointy can get into pit lane and tell us what the problem is. Rest of the drivers waiting patiently. I thought there was another gap for a second there, further back on the grid. No, just Tom O'Rourke's just a bit further forward than he should be. The course car has gone out onto circuit, probably checking if David Smith's truck has leaked any fluid down there. We saw him slow, yes, going into Surtees. That's where the course car, you can just see in the background with the lights flashing, has stopped. They're checking the circuit for any fluid that may have been dropped. That's what happened at the start of qualifying yesterday when Stuart Oliver's truck was found to be leaking fuel. So maybe it's a fuel or oil leak on David Smith's truck now. Okay. Pointy apparently hasn't finished his breakfast yet, so we're told Ian is down in pit lane and can give us a bit more news. Okay, Ian Waterhouse, we're told he's down in pit lane and has got hopefully an update for us.
Yeah, welcome down to the pit lane, everybody. I don't know where Pointy is, so I thought we'd go run down, have a quick chat with David Smith. I overheard actually with the marshals that if he can get it going, he can start from the pit lane, but he's getting out. Let's wonder if we can just grab a very quick word with David.
It's broke a half shaft, I reckon.
Broke half shaft?
Yeah, just we get the bumper off and we just...
You want front tub? We can do either. It's up to you,
rear end it.
Rear end it.
Yeah, we ain't got fuck about it, have we?
Rear end it.
Yeah.
David, not ideal, huh?
Unbelievable. Just, yeah, I can't believe it. First sort of front road start. Unfortunately, I think it's broke a half shaft, so, you know, acceleration, it's just trying to steer me off the track, so no chance.
No, it's something I did overhear the marshal saying if you can get it going, you can start from the pit lane. That's not going to happen, no, is it? But we've still got more races to go, potentially fixable.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. I mean, I think it's a half shaft, so if that's all it is, we've got spare half shafts, so we'll have one in it. We're on pole for the second race, so happy days.
Oh man, at least you're still smiling, that's important. Right, so there we go. Race about to go underway. Apologies if you did hear any bad language there. I'm going to hand back to Dave.
Well, thank you, Ian. And yes, apologies for any choice language there, but David Smith obviously a bit frustrated. See him back out for race 4. 11 trucks only then, a broken half shaft for the MAN, but he is on pole for race 2, as we heard. We'll see him, I'm sure, back out for that one. So attempt 2 at race 3 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. In our comments, someone asking what was the horn we could hear in the background. That hooter goes off when a vehicle is moving in the pit lane, just to warn people down there. You'll hear it as a car or truck comes into the pit lane or leaves the pit lane. So let's try again then, with the first reverse grid of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. There's the man looking for a hat-trick, Ryan Smith, his great rival David Jenkins alongside him. They were bumping and boring right from the start in race 2 yesterday. Now Ryan's got it all to do from 8th on the grid. And like one of the two of our show trucks showing support there from trackside, the air horn sounding. John Bowler's now got a free run down the outside with no David Smith. Paul Rivette on his own on the front row in the Napa Tacosis MAN. Simon Cole and John Powell, the other two Division 2 trucks at the back. Oh yes, I'm looking forward to this. Waiting for the pace truck to pull into pit lane. It does so. They'll be up towards the red lights. As soon as they go out, we will be underway from the rolling starts. Paul Rivette, Stephen Powell and John Bowler lead them away. The power about to be unleashed as soon as those red lights go out. Race 3 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Revs are up and they get underway. And Stephen Powell straight through the middle. You see Paul Rivette, the slightly less powerful truck, immediately overtaken by the Division 1 trucks. Stephen Powell side by side with John Bowler. They somehow squeeze 3 wide towards Paddock Hill Bend. Stuart Oliver's got ahead of his son Michael into 3rd place, but it's Stephen Powell who will have the lead as they go into Druids. He locks up big time on the inside there. Ryan Smith up on the outside of David Jenkins. And here comes John Bowler down the curb, almost down the grass on the inside of Graham Hill Bend. He backs out of it, and Stephen Powell, the number 3, has the lead. John Bowler in 2nd place. Stuart Oliver is 3rd, then Michael Oliver, David Jenkins, Ryan Smith, Paul Rivette immediately relegated back behind the quicker Division 1 runners. Tom O'Rourke getting past John Powell in the number 6. There must have been a bit of a sort out further back as well, with Tom O'Rourke having dropped behind Powell and Neil Yates as well. So they come round to complete the first lap then. It is Stephen Powell looking for the 2nd win of his Division 1 career, the former Division 2 champion in the number 3. David Jenkins attacking, nearly clips the back of Michael Oliver there, coming off Clark Curve. Ryan Smith up alongside David Jenkins. They are deadly rivals, these two. Closing on Michael Oliver. Jenkins goes for the inside, the man from Stafford in the Digraph and Morris Lubricants MAN. GT Tyres MAN just about holding him off. They could go 3 wide. Surely they're not going to go 3 wide into Druids. No, Ryan Smith thinks better of it. David Jenkins up the inside. He gets the place away, up into 4th position. It's Powell from Bowler, Stuart Oliver. Jenkins is in 4th position. We head out through Graham Hill Bend. The leader a little bit sideways through there. Ryan Smith on the back of the number 12 of Michael Oliver. Next in the order, it's Paul Rivette, the Division 2 leader. Then it's Tom O'Rourke. Then John Powell, who's up to 2nd in Division 2. Ryan Smith trying to go around the outside of Michael Oliver. It's Surtees. He won't get through there. Needs to deal with Michael Oliver fairly quickly there. You can see the steam coming off the front wheels of these trucks. That's from the water-cooled brakes. Tom O'Rourke sliding up the inside there in the 86, gets past Paul Rivette. John Powell is next. Then it's Neil Yates. Simon Cole at the back of the field. 3 trucks line astern for the lead. Stuart Oliver is in attacking mode. Could have a go at John Bowler here up towards Druids. He's having a look on the inside. He's going to get close enough to go through for 2nd. I think he is. Stuart Oliver, the veteran from Northumberland, up the inside. Leans John Bowler out wide. Bowler doesn't give way. He's on the grass again. But Stuart Oliver is through in the Volvo VNL into 2nd place. Now down to the business of trying to catch Stephen Powell. Ryan Smith still back in P6 at the moment, behind Michael Oliver. Can't get past the number 12. Michael Oliver's driven very well indeed. He had a bit of an incident-packed 2023, had a big smash at Brands Hatch at the end of the season, getting tangled up with the Reed brothers. He's driven very well indeed so far this weekend. Stephen Powell leads, but a new fastest lap of the race recorded by David Jenkins in fourth, 1:02.36. He's closing on the top three now. Ryan Smith continues to attack Michael Oliver. Stephen Powell now coming under fire for the lead of the race from Stuart Oliver. John Bowler holding off David Jenkins for third. Tom O'Rourke's closing up on these two as well now. Ryan Smith is rather bottled up behind Michael Oliver. He knows his truck is quicker. He just can't get the line away from the number 12. Through Graham Hill Bend they go. Tom O'Rourke closing up behind them as well. In 8th position overall is Paul Rivett, the leader of Division 2. Stephen Powell, see the number 7 GT Tyres Volvo big in his mirror as Ryan Smith manages to make his way through. He forces his way through at Surtees up into P5. Finally just found the gap there and went for it, and Ryan Smith up into 5th, now going after David Jenkins. Jenkins has still got the fastest lap of the race. There's Tom O'Rourke in 7th, the better run for him. Had a difficult debut for his new truck yesterday, including a spin at Paddock Bend at the start of race 2. Had a spin in race 1 down at Surtees as well, but was able to rejoin both times. So half a second in it for the lead between Powell and Stuart Oliver. Might be less than that now, because down into Graham Hill Bend he's right on the rear axle almost of Stephen Powell. Powell pulls away down the straight in the MAN. Does seem to have the straight line speed advantage, looking for the second win of his Division 1 career. First came in 2022 at Thruxton. He celebrated like he just won the championship. Windscreen wiper going on John Bowler's MAN, the man from Stockport. Don't think it's raining here at Brands Hatch at the moment. Won't say that again, don't want to put the curse of the commentator on the weather. Ryan Smith now chasing hard after David Jenkins. Is he going to do the fastest lap? Yes, 59.369 for Ryan Smith. That's the first lap under 1 minute in this third race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Stephen Powell continues to set the pace, holding off Stuart Oliver. The only truck in the top 6 not to do a personal best that time through was Jenkins. He's still on the tail of John Bowler. Neil Yates is still there in 9th behind this man, Paul Rivett, who's still leading Division 2, and you could see off the line there the power deficit from Division 2 to Division 1. Here's the second place man in Division 2, that's Simon Cole, man from Dartford, just east of London. Another man on his local circuit this weekend. He's ahead of John Powell now, second in Division 2. And look at the way that Ryan Smith is reeling in David Jenkins, taking lengths out of his advantage. He'll go for the inside into Druids. Jenkins won't give way, he moves across, holds the place. And they're closing up on Powell as well. Still Stephen Powell it is who leads, and he's increased his lead to 1.35 seconds now. Pulled away a little from Stuart Oliver. 8.5 minutes still to go. Not even at halfway yet. Ryan Smith has still got plenty of time to make his way towards the sharp end of the field. All a question of getting the right lines. He's up behind Jenkins there. There's a squeal of tyres in the background. Whether somebody's had a moment somewhere we couldn't see. No change among the leading group. There's Michael Oliver still on his own in 6th place. Ryan Smith on the back of David Jenkins. He's doing exactly what he did to Michael Oliver earlier on. Squeezes up the inside. Couldn't tell if there was a bit of contact there. But Smith is through and up into 4th position. There's Michael Oliver. On his own now in 6th. Dropped away a little. Plunge through Paddock Hill Bend once again. Now Paul Rivett is up into 7th place. I'm wondering if it's Tom O'Rourke who's had a moment somewhere further back, because Rivett's come through in 7th. Yes, O'Rourke's dropped a place. Yes, his last lap was a 1:10. His best lap of 1 minute, so he's lost a few seconds somewhere. It must have been him who had that moment we heard someone with a bit of tyre squeal. John Bowler now coming under fire from Flying Ryan. just past half distance in this third race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Ryan Smith will try and get a run on John Bowler, who went a bit wide there coming off clearways. Windscreen wiper still flapping around on the Rochdale LGV driver training sponsored MAN. Can he hold off the Daimler Freightliner, the bonneted machine? Kind of reminds me of the old Phoenix MANs that used to compete in the European Championship in the 90s. Likes of Gerd Korber, Heinz-Werner Lenz and so on. A lot of the German racers favoured them. Bowler under intense pressure, and Smith's surely going to get the better exit there from Graham Hill Bend. He's surely going to go through into third, and he does it. Up into P3 goes Ryan Smith, now down to the business of trying to catch Stuart Oliver and Stephen Powell, who's still hanging on in the lead. It's great driving by Stephen Powell. David Jenkins now resumes the task of trying to get past John Bowler. This race results will set the grid for race 5 later on. Now, who's in 8th place at the moment? It's Tom O'Rourke, so we could see him on pole for our last race of the day. Did the top 8 flipped around. The gap has come down again to 0.7 of a second, near enough. Stuart Oliver ready to attack once again. He knows Ryan Smith will be coming after them. Settling down a little at the midpoint of this race. Just beyond the midpoint now, just over 5 minutes left. A little bit of damage you can see on the left there of Stephen Powell. So a little bit of a crease in the bodywork. Newly liveried Tahuna Honey and GT Tyres sponsored Volvo VNL chases after the local man. John Powell has pulled into the pits in the number 6, so further gremlins for the Division 2 runner. Picked up damage yesterday, unfortunately. Ryan Smith is now almost with Stuart Oliver. Another new fastest lap, 59.192 for Ryan Smith. Last time around. Average speed of 73.7 miles an hour around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. He's caught Stuart Oliver now. Brief look to the inside, not close enough. He's got 4 minutes to get past these two and take his hat trick. Over the line they go. Still your leader is Stephen Powell. Can he hold on for his first win since July 2022? Stuart Oliver going with him. We're not going to get a Caterham style 3-wide finish, are we? Can you get 3 trucks wide around Brands Hatch? Well, they did at the start, with Paul Rivette, Stephen Powell and John Bowler. Now Stuart Oliver switching from attack to defence because he knows Ryan Smith is there behind him. Saw him drop back a little bit there through Druids. Steam pouring off his front wheels. He uses those water-cooled brakes. This could allow Stephen Powell the gap he needs here. He's escaped by a couple of truck lengths. Oliver defending, the battle of the bonneted trucks for second place. Here comes Smith, this is his favoured overtaking place up the inside. Stuart Oliver doesn't give him room, they lean on each other. Oliver goes wide, and Ryan Smith goes through into second place. Now, let's see what the gap was as they crossed the line. It was only 0.8 of a second. I reckon Smith's going to do this. I reckon he'll catch Stephen Powell. He's got 2.5 minutes to do so, a couple more laps. But he's right with the MAN now. John Bowler under fire. He's still holding off David Jenkins somehow. He's sideways there though off Druids. I think he'll just have the inside line for Graham Hill Bend, but all eyes are on Ryan Smith. It's not a question of if he's going to attack and try and get down the inside of Stephen Powell, but when and where. He's on the back of the MAN. Now that's where Stephen Powell needs to be careful. That's where Ryan Smith does his overtaking here at Brands Hatch through Surtees and McLaren. Powell will move to defend up the Brabham Straight. Takes the inside line. Now this is going to be a very interesting conclusion. Further back, looks like Paul Rivette's got his hat-trick in Division 2 sewn up. It's 1:45 or just over in it as they cross the line there on the clock. So we'll have a couple more laps to go for Stephen Powell to defend. And he is defending through Druids. Got to be so careful here. There's one false move, and not only will Ryan Smith be into the lead, but I think Stuart Oliver will be through to second as well. Through to Graham Hill Bend. Three of them, line astern. MAN, Daimler and Volvo. This is where Powell's got to be careful. Smith up alongside almost. He had a look there. Trying to get the inside line away for this right-hander. It's good defensive work by Powell. Oliver's having a go at Smith as well. Smith's attacking and defending at the same time. Coming round to start their final lap this time. An absorbing fight at the front. Still John Bowler as well. Full credit to him. He's still holding off David Jenkins for fourth. Over the line they go. Where is the move going to come from Ryan Smith? He's surely going to go for it at some point on this last lap. Noise in the background I can hear there. Sounds like somebody's dragging some bodywork or something. Side by side behind them, Bowler and Jenkins, but we're not going to look away from this lead battle. Through Druids, still Stephen Powell. This is a terrific defensive job. Down into Graham Hill Bend for the last time. Now he's really got to defend. He's got to make this the widest MAN in the country. Oh, and they're coming up on a back marker as well. Simon Cole, look out, Simon. Smith's up alongside. This is going to be interesting. They've met the back marker at, well, possibly the worst place imaginable. Cole has got out of their way, though, and let them through. Smith didn't get the move done at Surtees. Here they come up towards the line. Has Stephen Powell done it? One last chance for Ryan Smith to try and get up the inside. Powell's going to move to cover, and Stephen Powell's going to win it. Brilliant from Stephen Powell. He takes the win. Ryan Smith second, Stuart Oliver third. That's an excellent drive from Stephen Powell. And Ryan Smith is denied the hat-trick by 0.3 of a second. John Bowler held off David Jenkins all the way as well. Michael Oliver sixth. Tom O'Rourke will come through for seventh. Well, the checkered flag officially has gone out, but these two are still racing each other. There's no flag on the start-finish line, I assume for safety reasons, but on the timing screen the checkered flag has been shown. Ryan Smith goes ahead of Stephen Powell. Have they? Well, there was no yellow earlier on, so they can't have added time on. The checkered flag had already been shown on the timing screen, but the driver's racing on. But the race has officially finished. There was no checkered flag shown on the start-finish line, but on the timing had counted down to 0. We'll have to confirm that in a moment then. A confusing end to our first truck race of the day. But the checkered flag officially on the timing came out at the end of lap 15 with Stephen Powell shown as the winner. They're not showing a checkered flag on the start-finish line, presumably for safety reasons because of marshals being down there. And the result I've got has Stephen Powell as the winner. But they are not showing a physical checkered flag on the finish line for our truck races. Now, as far as we have it, Stephen Powell is the winner by 0.3 of a second ahead of Ryan Smith, then Stuart Oliver in third, John Bowler holding off David Jenkins all the way for fourth place, Michael Oliver in sixth, and Tom O'Rourke seventh. Paul Rivette wins Division 2. Then Neil Yates, John Powell, Simon Cole pulled into the pits at the end of what we have as the last lap, and David Smith, unfortunately, a non-starter. Well, Pointy has apparently finished his breakfast and is down in pit lane.
Well, wow, good morning. Nice of you to join me. How the devil are we? So we're down here on the pit lane after a bit of a mix-up over that last lap, but the checkered flag, like the virtual safety car, was in fact out somewhere. So Steve Powell taking the first place for the race. It's been corrected on TSL. It's his first win of the season. He's going to feel absolutely fantastic, especially with yesterday, he even himself saying not the greatest of results. My friend Alan over here making his way to try and get that pole position interview, but I'm going to have to take it off him. Do you reckon if I play with his iPad a bit, then he might not notice if I just tap him on the shoulder here? Fantastic. The team all around here cheering on as come on, we need to, even if Alan's in first, we need to get this on film. Come on. Elated for Steve. The team very, very happy. I don't even think Steve knew he was going to get that, to be honest. Let's have a word actually with Stuart Oliver. Whole race, fantastic race. He'll be thrilled. 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning. Just get this unclipped. Oh, Stuart Oliver, absolutely fantastic race there. I'll tell you what, all happened in the last 2 laps really, didn't it?
I did. I think there was a bit of oil or fuel or something was down and it just got a bit leery, but...
no idea where that came from.
No, it wasn't me, it wasn't me.
For a change.
Not guilty, Your Honour. No, but no, it was good, yeah. Steve drove a good race, but I had the legs on him, but he had the grip out of the corners, but on the brakes, everybody, he defended well and we never had any damage, so happy with that, yeah.
Absolutely fantastic result. I mean, yeah, the checkered flag was a bit of a confusion point though, wasn't it?
I believe so. Simon came on the radio. He says, ignore that flag. It happened. It finished the lap before. I said, oh, that's different. I've never done that before. But no, it was good. So that, I presume Steve has won the race.
He has. He's got the first place trophy. Yeah.
Oh well, he might buy a drink then.
You never know.
You never know. Stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened.
Stuart, absolutely congratulations. Well done to you, sir. Alan's finished with Steve Powell now. So you stay up there with the bird's eye view, and we'll try and get a good angle. Steve,
Pointy.
how the devil are we?
Oh,
I take it you're aware you got the first place now, yeah?
I was blocking right, and we had a bit of do, stood in front of him. Matt said, on road, you've gone first, so I lifted. Then I go around and think, why? There's no red flags, and I sort of crap myself a bit. And yeah, mate, what a race. Yeah.
You've definitely found your form today, haven't you? I mean, you know, yesterday you weren't terribly impressed with yourself. You know, we could hear it in your voice. You were hoping for more, and I feel like today, what a fantastic start. I mean, you'd done Paul Rivette before the first corner by the looks of it.
I mean, we knew we had the boost on Paul, unfortunately, but we knew he was half second off the pace. We've now found that. The boys worked till 10, 11 o'clock last night on a new cowling. It's a new lorry, but for me, for the boys and the family and everyone, I'm so happy for them. And for me, it's like, I just need a drink. I've got to throw.
You do, yeah. You've done well. You've done well. That was 15 minutes of pure adrenaline, hard slog. Well done, Ash. Well done to the team. We can see they're on their way back down to the Parc Fermé now, which of course is back down in the outer paddock, which means a lot of the teams, including myself, have got a bit of walking to do. So thank you for joining me for the first race of the day. What a fantastic result for Steve Powell, and we'll catch up with you after the lunch break.
Well, thanks Pointy down in pit lane, and that bit of confusion over the lap the race ended on there. I wonder if somebody was playing an April Fool's joke on us somehow there. But Steve Powell does get his first race win since July 2022. So Steve Powell does get his win, so that's the main thing. Ryan Smith second place this time, so still will be out in front in the championship. Paul Rivette, meanwhile, gets 3 out of 3 in Division 2, and Paul will be on pole position for race 5 because he dropped back to 8th overall behind Tom O'Rourke. checkered flag is apparently being shown as a light only, not as a waved flag, and we can't see it from our camera position. That's what's thrown me off a little. They're not waving a physical checkered flag for the trucks, it's just appearing on the light gantry. That's cleared that up then. No April Fool's jokes here, thankfully. Meanwhile, our next race is for the BMW Minis, the Mini Challenge Club Sports grid with AirTech Motorsport. We saw their first race at the end of the programme yesterday. It was a dominant win for Ross Alexander, the man from Birmingham, in the Sussex Road and Race prepared car, defeating the Mini Cooper Coupe of Stephen Berry, number treble 6, last year's Open Class champion. They're the only two Open Class cars running this weekend. They're the more powerful cars, so they start at the front of the grid. Then we've got the S-Class and the Cooper Class further back. They start in 3 groups on the grid for this one. This will be a 15-minute race, and we caught up with some of the drivers a little earlier on.
Right, everybody, I'll pop down to the garages because almost time for the next race of the day, the Mini Challenge Club Sport. We saw a cracker yesterday, didn't we? Freddie Hewitt, of course, finishing first in class, 3rd overall on track. This is Zach Blackwell's car. Let's grab Zach. Quick word if we can. I just saw you, didn't I, coming through Park Ferme. You said you were a little bit underpowered.
Yeah, it's just a bit like we've last minute change of a car, so just to mean that we can get on the grid. And yeah, we're a little bit unprepared for the beginning of the season, but we've only had the car a couple of weeks, so we'll try and make it a bit lighter for the next round.
So there's points up for grabs, of course. It's still up there, but something of a glorified test session?
Yeah, definitely a glorified test session.
Am I being polite?
yeah. So yeah, I mean, made strides forward in the first race just purely by a little setup change, which went in the right way for me, and managed to keep my tyres in the right place for the whole race. Like, my lap times were, from the beginning of the race to the end of the race, there was only half a second difference. So at least that's a good stride forward, and we'll see what we can see what the next 2 test sessions leave us with.
We'll keep an eye on his. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Really appreciate it. Watch your step there, John, as well. Just come around very quickly with me, if we could. I just want to give you a quick update on Mr. David Taylor as well. Finished 3rd in class. We did see him this morning. He got called up to the stewards, but I'm delighted to say this is his car here. He does hold on to that 3rd place in class. So here we go. Almost time to go racing for the Mini Challenge Club Sport here at Brands Hatch. Dave, over to you.
Yes, thanks Ian. Just waiting for the cars to head out on the grid when the circuit is given the all clear. We've also got one of the recovery vehicles. You'll see there removing the broken down MAN of David Smith from in our pit lane at the moment. Which of our recovery vehicles is that? It's one of the big 3-axle ones. That's the LJ Transportation DAF we've got down there. Thanks to Steve Bewers from Trackside Recovery, who sent through a bit of background info on our recovery vehicles. That's a DAF XF, that 3-axle vehicle, 13 litre, 530 horsepower, and with 2 23-tonne winches. LJ Transportation, who cover across the southeast of England, providing motoring assistance, providing assistance to David Smith, because of course with the half shaft broken, that truck has to be lifted from the rear end. So the Minis are up next then, and we're followed by the pickup trucks. I'm really looking forward to that one. They were, for me, the race of the day yesterday, with a little bit of contact on the last lap going into Graham Hill Bend between the 2 leaders. And Matt Simpson ended up going from 4th to 1st in one move on the final lap, and he started from the back row of the grid after a problem in qualifying. Then we've got more Caterhams. Tom McEwing looking for a double in the Sigma 135 category of the Caterham Graduates Championship, sponsored by Sim Motorsports. And then we have the Track Action Saloons, a mixture of different cars in that one. Let's have a quick look who's taken pole position for that first race. It was Gareth Porter's Peugeot 205 that has been on top in that one so far. We should have 25 cars out there for that one. Look out for the separate class towards the back of the grid for the Peugeot 206 GTIs. We've got quite a few junior saloon car graduates in the track action saloons as well. That's followed by the lunch break. And then we'll have another truck race, more from the junior saloon cars. Sigma 150s for the Caterhams, our final Caterham race today. Then more from the Minis, their third race. British Truck Racing Championship finale. Then the second race of the track action saloons and sports cars. Say saloons and sports cars, we've got a couple of Mazda MX-5s in there as well. And the Pickup Truck Racing Championship finale rounds out the day. So waiting for this truck to be cleared from pit lane at the moment. If you follow Mick Gould's page on social media, you will be able to see what some of these big recovery vehicles get up to. They really have to be able to get into just about any situation, any location to recover stranded or crashed vehicles. And it really is some impressive logistics needed sometimes to get them towed away. Also down there, I can see the Ito Rescue and Recovery Ford Ranger. Steve Bewers is driving that pickup this weekend. Also told his better half, Stacey, is celebrating her birthday this weekend, so many happy returns, Stacey. It's a Ford Ranger Wild Track Thunder. 2-litre twin turbo. Very mean and moody looking vehicle, that pickup, isn't it? Wouldn't mind seeing that as the pace truck for our pickup truck racers, actually. So it's a short pause while we get David Smith's truck recovered, and then we'll have the Minis out on track. And the truck is towed away. Hopefully we'll see David Smith back out after the lunch break with a new half shaft fitting. Plenty of attractions at trackside this weekend. There's some show trucks on display, some fairground rides, even monster truck rides. I was lucky enough to take a ride in a monster truck, as I mentioned yesterday, at Northampton Stock Car Stadium a few years ago. That was an experience, certainly. Better than a roller coaster. That was the Red Dragon monster truck, but it's a different one we've got here this weekend. Apologies for the slight delay here, just while we get David Smith's race truck back into the paddock. As soon as that's complete, we will bring on the Mini Challenge, the Club Sports class. Of course, the top class of the Mini Challenge, the JCW, John Cooper Works Cars, raced in support of the British Touring Car Championship. We've also seen the Mini Challenge Trophy category race with us on BARC TV over the last couple of years. Tom Ovenden it was who took the title last year. Before that it was Nelson King. Very talented young touring car racers of the future racing the Mini Challenge. Spectators keeping nice and warm on the inside of Druids, that is. Pretty cold day here at Brands Hatch on this Easter Monday. I wonder how many people have brought Easter eggs with them to this event. There's the monster truck, the slingshots. Oh, I've got a couple of them out there. That's a white knuckle ride if ever I saw one. Some of our show trucks there as well, Volvos and Scanias among others. Only one Volvo racing in the British Championship, Stuart Oliver's, and we haven't seen a Scania for several years. Trevor Martin in Division 2 was last to run a Scania. Well, the Mini's coming up to the grid then. Let's have a look at our grid. The AirTech Motorsports Mini Challenge Club Sports. It's the open class cars on the front row. So Ross Alexander and Stephen Berry take the front row. I think this grid based on the results of the race yesterday, but lined up in groups. So on the second row, the front row of the S class for S56 and S53 Minis, we've got Freddie Hewitt, number 5, and Jamie Ringer in 959. Freddie was third overall yesterday. They're in S56 cars. The winner of the S53 class was Charlie Newton-Darby, number 12. He lines up alongside number 44, Charlie Heatley. And we've got number 1, Zach Blackwell, last year's S-class champion, and 14 of Lee Campbell. Next in the order, number 190 of Alan Lee, S56, and Ian Trundley, 41, with the S53. Then Gary Papworth, 55. That's a Cooper S Clubman Estate. He's got out there, something a bit different. And 231 of Steve Webb. Behind him, 58 of Matthew Hibbard and 33 Lauren Taylor. 86 David Maguire, 27 Emma Dawson, all the way from Aberdeenshire. And number 29 Paul Sawyer, a DJ by profession, lines up at the back of that group. And behind them we have got the less powerful Cooper class, Class C as we refer to them. 42 Andy Langley is the first of them, winner yesterday. Starts alongside Daniel Truman in the number 19, and 28 David Taylor, 53 Neil Clark in the Union flag liveried car, we call him Austin Powers, and 266 Jeffrey Surrey in his first ever meeting starts from the back. Great field of BMW Minis of all kinds. This will be a 15-minute race. There's that Mini Coupe, the only one of its kind racing in the UK, for treble 6 of Stephen Berry. That won the Open Class title last year. There's Charlie Heatley, number 44. Zach Blackwell, we heard from earlier, the number 1. Lee Campbell, Alan Lee. 41 is next, that's Ian Trundley. Lauren Taylor in the Halford-sponsored car. There's the Cooper class towards that. There's Neil Clark in the Austin Powers look-alike. Jeffrey Surrey, our novice, at the back, making his debut this weekend. See the novice cross on the back of his car. Everybody has to wear one of those on their car for their first 6 motor races. BMW Minis make fantastic race cars in all forms of motorsports. See them in a variety of club racing classes and in rallycross as well these days. There's the estate car, number 55, Gary Papworth going through. Steve Webb, 231, had a problem on the last lap of yesterday's race and dropped a few places. Standing starts, and I suspect we'll see the 2 open class cars clear off in front here. Ross Alexander certainly cleared off yesterday. He won by 16 seconds in yesterday's race in the Sussex Road and Race car. Ross based in Birmingham, and a few wins last year as well. But is he going to clear off in front again here, or will Stephen Berry be able to match him in that unique coupe? Freddie Hewitt, seen his sister Chloe Hewitt take a few successes in the Mini Challenge over the years as well. Jamie Ringer head the S group. Last couple of cars into line at the back. Then we'll get the green flag from the marshal at the back there. There is the green flag, so the marshals are happy everyone's in position. Race 2 of the weekend for the AirTech Motorsports Mini Challenge Club Sports, in partnership with Ravenol, Garmin and several more sponsors, gets underway with race number 2. It's started by Zach Blackwell there from in the S group. Steve Webb coming through as well in the number 231. But it'll be the 2 open class cars who lead them off. Looks like Stephen Berry's got the better getaway from the outside the front row, and the coupe takes the lead as they head up towards Druids for the first time. They're all away cleanly. Ross Alexander has a look on the inside. Berry gives him room. Looks like Berry will just about keep his foot in and keep the lead down towards Graham Hill Bend. The 2 leaders side by side. Alexander trying to go around the outside, doesn't manage to do it. Berry leads, and Jamie Ringer in the orange car has got the lead of the second group, the S class cars. There's two subclasses in that, S56 and S53. Two more powerful open class cars will start to pull away. Alexander has got the lead. He took the lead at the end of Cooper Straights from Stephen Berry. Are we going to see him clear off in front again? Side by side for the lead of the S group. Freddie Hewitt in the grey car trying to get up the inside of Jamie Ringer. Then behind them looks like Charlie Newton-Darby in the black car. Jamie Ringer holds the advantage. Then it's Blackwell next in the order. Then Heatley, Lee, Campbell and Webb completing the top 10 over the line. There's Lauren Taylor chasing Ian Trundley in the number 41. Jamie Ringer with a great getaway. He had a fine effort in qualifying yesterday. Freddie Hewitt going for the inside and takes the lead of the class, takes third place. Charlie Newton-Darby, the black number 12, again top of the S53 class. He's got Zach Blackwell up behind him in the number 1. Then it's Charlie Heatley, Alan Lee in the white car, number 190. Things start to settle down. Then it's number 42 of Andy Langley, a man from Norfolk who leads Class C further back, the slightly less powerful cars. Lee Campbell has got ahead of Steve Webb, the number 231. Stephen Berry and Ross Alexander, as expected, clearing off. It's Alexander who leads by 2.3 seconds already. He's just done a 54.837 seconds. A blistering lap on only the second lap of this race as Lee Campbell gets past the A-Reeve Motorsport car of Alan Lee into Paddock Hill Bend. Freddie Hewitt leads the S group. Alan Lee now under pressure from Steve Webb in the 231. Graham Hillbend come the leads. Zach Blackwell putting Charlie Newton-Darby under pressure for 5th position overall and 3rd in group. There's Lauren Taylor, 33, and there's that estate car, one of a couple of estates running in UK club racing, the mini estates. Meanwhile, Steve Webb attacks Alan Lee. Tries to have a go at the inside through clearways, can't quite draw alongside. Yes, it's Sussex Road and Race, the team that have built leader Ross Alexander's car. They've got their estate car as well. It's in turbo tin tops among other series. Through goes Steve Webb, ahead of Lee, up into 9th position. There's a battle further back, Ian Trundley. Sure if he's any relation to Bobby Trundley, the Team Brit GT racer, trying to hold off the 58 there of Matthew Hibbard. It's behind them Lauren Taylor and Gary Papworth in the estates. There's 27 Emma Dawson, she's staying ahead of the 86 car, very smartly turned out car there for David Maguire, there 15th and 16th. Taylor, another long-distance visitor. He's got a couple of Scots in this race. I mentioned Emma Dawson, David Taylor's from Dundee, racing the number 28 car there, further back in Class C, which is still being led, I think, yes, by Andy Langley. He's got ahead of the number 29 of Paul Sawyer. There is Langley, the red number 42. Comes from Fakenham in Norfolk, a town more famous for horse racing than motor racing. Andy Langley's been racing this car for a few years now. Well clear of his class opposition at the moment. There's Emma Dawson, the 27. Had an off down at Clearways yesterday. It's the Norfolk mini car that leads Class C. Second in that class, Daniel Truman, then Neil Clark, David Taylor and Jeffrey Surrey on his debut at the back of the field at the moment. 5 laps completed by our leader. Lead gap is just over 4 seconds now for Ross Alexander over Stephen Berry. Freddie Hewitt still 3rd overall. He's 1.7 seconds ahead of Jamie Ringer in the 959. There's our leader, the SRR Motorsports Sussex Road and Race, specialists in preparing BMW Minis, sponsored by Sytner Mini, the dealership chain, of course, set up by British touring car legend Frank Sytner. Stephen Berry in 2nd. There's Hewitt in 3rd. Back marker, that'll be Jeffrey Surrey being lapped, just learning his craft on his debut. Jamie Ringer may have lost a place there. Yes, Charlie Newton-Darby's come through. That must have happened up at Druids. So Newton-Darby's up into 4th. He leads Class S53. And then Zach Blackwell, the number 1, last year's S-Class champion. And Charlie Heatley, Lee Campbell, Steve Webb and Alan Lee. Webb looking to make a move possibly on Campbell there at the top of your picture. Campbell moves to cover into Paddock Hill Bend. Steve Webb up on the outside in the number 231, the man from Guildford in Surrey. There's a green flag wave. We've got somebody in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. Now, who was that? Who have we lost? Pick that up in a moment. There's a car in the gravel up at Paddock. Now, will that bring out the safety car, I wonder? Still racing on at the moment. Steve Webb chasing Lee Campbell. Yes, I think the safety car is coming out. You can see in the background there, we have a car into the gravel up at Paddock Hill Bend. The safety car is going to come out. Can't quite see who it is. Oh, it's number 28, it's David Taylor from the Class C ranks. That's a great shame. Try and get a replay of what happened there if we can. Can't see if there's any major damage to that car. It is very easy to roll over if you slide into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend if the car digs in sideways. Trackside recovery have another job to do. That's their pickup truck in position. The safety car has picked up our leader Ross Alexander. Now he's just starting to pull away from his class rival Stephen Berry, but this is going to close everything up again. So David Taylor, his meeting comes to an early end. Long journey back to Dundee. Try and see a replay if we can of what happened there, whether he just ran wide or there was any contact. He was battling towards the back of the field along with Neil Clark and Paul Sawyer, I think. The telehandler being brought in there to lift the car out of the gravel. Nice little discussion going on in our comments about estates and vans which have raced. Yes, somebody remembering the Peugeot 806 people carrier that raced in the Spa 24 Hours back in the 90s. That's thanks Dan Bartlett for that one. That car still exists. It's in a museum in Belgium. It's based on a Peugeot 405 Super Touring chassis, that one was. Now, of course, the 850 estates from Volvo in the 1994 BTCC. In the early days of the VW Racing Cup, there were even a couple of Volkswagen Caddy vans that raced. One year in the BTCC as well, Honda ran the Civic Tourer. And in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, John Hillier has his E36 Touring BMW. Scalder in our comment thread says a BTCC Volvo estate drives in a German classic racing series. I think that would be a replica. As far as I know, only 2 of those were ever built, and I know at least 1 is in Volvo's museum in Sweden. Paul says, anybody remember the Montego in MG Owners Club racing? Yes. I think it's Alan Forster that's got one of those. It's based on an MG ZR platform. The Montego estate. Hopefully we'll see that back out later in the season. Wasn't racing yesterday. Stuart Evans says, wasn't there an estate racing at Pembrey? Yes, yeah, that was the Montego, I think. But there have been other Montego estates. I think it was Andy Campbell who raced a Montego estate a few years ago in the MG Owners Club. Right, Right, so waiting to see if Paddock Bend is clear during this safety car period. And Adam Elson reminds us, yes, of course, the BTCC Subaru Livorg as well. How can I forget that? Jason Plato and Ash Sutton among the drivers who raced those. Are we going to get back underway with our Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsport race? Just under 4 minutes left on the clock. This will give Stephen Berry his chance, but the safety car still out at the moment, still clearing up the incident at Paddock Hill Bend with David Taylor in the gravel. Fastest lap of the race with Ross Alexander, our race leader, 54.837. Stephen Berry second. Freddie Hewitt still leads the S-Class, Class S56. Class S53 is led by Charlie Newton-Darby, who's fourth. Still Andy Langley leading Class C. Fine panorama of Brands Hatch there. Looks like Paddock Bend is now clear. Well done to the Orange family, our volunteer marshals. There's another racing estate Robert Lewis has just reminded us of, AJ Howe's Ford Focus estate in modified Ford racing. I think that might have originally been built as a time attack car. So we'll be getting back underway very shortly. Here's a replay of what happened to David Taylor. Yet just slid out wide, straight on into the gravel. Nobody else near him at the time, and David stuck there and needing recovery. Looks like we are almost ready then to get back underway. The two drivers hanging back slightly. Ian Trundley there, the blue and pink number 41 car. Safety car is coming into pit lane. We heard the hooter go off in the background, and we are racing once again here at Brands Hatch. The Mini Challenge Club Sport gets back underway. Down towards Paddock Hill Bend they go. Are we going to see Ross Alexander pull away? We've got just under 2 minutes left, so time for a couple more laps. Can Stephen Berry stay with him? This is his chance to try and catch up in the Mini Coupe. Freddie Hewitt in third, then Charlie Newton-Darby, Jamie Ringer, Zach Blackwell. Swing their way through Druids. Charlie Heatley next in the order, but Freddie Hewitt already getting away from Newton-Darby in the number 12. Jamie Ringer, first time we've seen him out on BARC TV, a fine performance from him, but Ross Alexander's already clearing off. He's heading for 2 wins out of 2. Steve Webb making a move there on Lee Campbell, gets past the number 14 into Surtees, recovering after a few problems at the end of yesterday's race. 1 minute 5 left as they cross the line, so we should get 2 more laps. Lee Campbell now in the clutches of Alan Lee, the number 190 at the bottom end of the top 10 there. The A-Reeve Motorsport car. If memory serves me right, Ross Alexander used to drive with them, but now in a Sussex Road and Race prepared car. Through Druids they go for what should be the penultimate time. I think we've lost Emma Dawson in the number 27, and also David Maguire has just pulled into the pits in the 86, so whether there's been some contact further back, I'm not sure, we didn't see. I thought I glimpsed a car parked up on the inside on the exit of Druids, so that might be Emma's car up there. There's Daniel Truman, under fire from Neil Clark, a couple of our Class C cars. Neil Clark in the other Norfolk Mini car, the Union flag machine. There's our class leader Andy Langley in the red car, Paul Sawyer in with them as well. He's an S-Class car, a newcomer to racing this year. Ross Alexander continues to pull away. Yes, there's Emma Dawson's car. It is parked up on the exit of Druids. I thought I glimpsed that on the previous lap. So she's out of the race, sadly. We've lost David Maguire into the pits as well. But it's going to be a win for the second time this weekend for Ross Alexander. Looks like it's going to be a repeat for all 4 of our class winners from yesterday. Ross Alexander from Birmingham in the Sussex Road and Race number 320 car, out of the final corner. It's cleared away once again on the restart from Stephen Berry, and he's going to come in for win number 2 of the weekend. Ross Alexander comes up to take the checkered flag. It'll be Stephen Berry in second. Freddie Hewitt wins Class S56 and Charlie Newton-Darby S53 in third and fourth. Then it's Jamie Ringer, Zach Blackwell, Charlie Heatley, Steve Webb. Lee Campbell holds off Alan Lee. Next in the order, it's Ian Trundley just ahead of number 58 of Matthew Hibbard. Wait for our Class C pace setters to come through. It should be Andy Langley who takes the Class C win. There he is, number 42. Langley wins Class C for the second time. Daniel Truman just holding off Neil Clark for second in class. Now David Maguire has rejoined from the pits and will come in to complete the race. He finishes in 19th place a lap down. Final finisher will be our novice Jeffrey Surrey. 2 finishes for him from his first 2 races. Can't complain. We lost Emma Dawson sadly there. So not a good race for the Scottish drivers. They both failed to finish unfortunately, but it's a win for Ross Alexander. Not quite as clear-cut as yesterday because of the safety car. 4.69 seconds his winning margin over Stephen Berry. Freddie Hewitt wins the S Group and wins Class S56 in third. Charlie Newton-Darby wins Class S53 in fourth. Then Jamie Ringer 5th. Zach Blackwell 6th ahead of Charlie Heatley. Steve Webb, Lee Campbell and Alan Lee complete the top 10. Then it was Ian Trundley, Matthew Hibbard, Gary Papworth in the estate and Lauren Taylor 14th. And then came the Class C winner Andy Langley. Paul Sawyer was next, then Daniel Truman, Neil Clark, David Maguire after a pit stop and Jeffrey Surrey the final finisher. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé in just a moment.
Well, welcome to Parc Fermé, everybody. A case of deja vu, actually, isn't it? A little bit yesterday, same top 3 from yesterday. But Ross, I'll let you get your helmet off. Things a little bit tighter this time. The safety car, of course, bunching things up. Kind of ran away with it a little bit yesterday in the second half. Yeah. Today, you weren't allowed to because of that safety car.
Yeah, no, it was difficult. I know where I'm stronger than Steve, so I tried to make the most of that. We have the pace today over Steve, so I wasn't really too worried. We've been dominant all weekend, so no, I love the car, love the team, love how it drives, and I love this track. So no, I'm happy.
That's 2 in the back of the net already. You've got 1 more race to go, up for the hat trick.
100%. Yeah, there's not a doubt in my mind that we'll win. We'll try our best. Obviously, if Stephen manages to find some pace magically, then I guess I'll get my elbows out, but no, I'm confident, and no, the team have set up such a good car this year. No, I'm so happy with it.
Ross, congratulations, well done. Pair of wins so far this weekend for Ross Alexander. He's going to go for it as well. You hear that? Get the elbows out if needs be in race 3. Let's just move down a little bit, shall we? We've got Freddie and Stephen here as well. Let's just jump in with the guys as well. We'll come to you very shortly. Don't worry, let's just jump in with Freddie. Again, another class win, well done.
Yes, it's good. We're enjoying it, so that's all I can say really.
Another race still to go. Hat trick of class wins for you. Are we going for it?
Yeah, that's what we're going for. Had a little fuel surge in that at the end of that last race, so we'll just keep an eye on that. Maybe put some more fuel in it, and we'll be all right.
Top man, well done. Congratulations. And well, it's been some weekend so far, hasn't it?
That's it. No, not for me.
Right, we've got another race still to go though.
Yeah.
All right. What's going to happen?
I imagine it's going to mirror this last 2, unfortunately. I don't think there's anything else I can get out of the car. Easy track to learn, very difficult to master. You've got to give brands out India, a bit of respect for that. We're working with new setup, new tyres, and Ross is just a bit more experienced around here. I think he's just pulling away, and it shows.
Never give up. This is motorsport. Anything can happen, right? Anything can happen. Yes, anything can happen. What is going to happen right now, though, is the pickups are about to go on track. So I'm going to hand you back to Dave to take through the action.
Thank you, Ian, and well, actually certainly what we are going to see in our next race for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. If you missed yesterday's race, you missed out. It was a fantastic affair, with Matt Simpson, as we said earlier, going from 4th to 1st in a single move to take the lead on the last lap. Chris Brockhurst and Dale Gents had been battling all the way for the lead of the race. They made a little bit of contact coming down towards Graham Hill Bend for the last time. Gents slid wide, Brockhurst followed. That was the momentary distraction for 3rd place Dean Tompkins, and Matt Simpson slid through up the inside of all 3 of them to take the lead. Simpson, though, after problems in qualifying, will again start from the back of the grid for this race in 13th. We've got 14 pickup trucks out there. If you've not seen them before, this is possibly as close as we get in British club racing to NASCAR. I know we see the Euro NASCARs come here for American Speedfest at Brands Hatch every year, but very similar to the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, these machines. They're certainly not anything like pickup trucks you would see your local tradespeople using. These are very specialised machines with race-tuned 2-litre engines based on Ford or Vauxhall units. And Sonny Howard has been running and promoting this series for many years now. A lot of these drivers are ex-short oval racers from the world of stock cars, hot rods, and even 1 or 2 ex-banger racers. The trucks are making their way out onto the grid now, so let's hear from a couple of the drivers earlier on.
Well, welcome back to the assembly area, everybody. Something I'm very excited for. I love these pickups, don't you? They look absolutely incredible. And what was incredible was yesterday's race. Absolutely remarkable. That man there, the number 30, Matt Simpson, came from the back of the grid all the way through to win. It was sensational. Mark Willis as well, right from the back too, came through to finish in 2nd place. If you haven't seen it, go back and watch it because it was sensational. More of the same, please, everybody. Come with me for a second. Let's go have a quick chat. We've got Dale Gent up here. Remember last year came 2nd in the championship. Let's just have a quick chat here with Dale. Dale, things didn't quite go to plan yesterday, but we're expecting big things today.
I hope so. We'll see how we go. Yeah, yesterday, I'm trying to forget about that one.
I'm really sorry for bringing it up.
Yeah, for some reason I seem to come off worse out of all that, out of everything. I don't know how that, they think it was all my fault, but I forget about that. We'll move on and focus on this race. I feel like the team have done a few little changes and hopefully we've got a bit more pace in it, and I'm looking forward to this one and see if we can get it up the front there.
100%. Look, Dale, it's a new day. The sun is shining. Perfect conditions for racing, right?
Thank you very much.
Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us, Dale. Right, let's keep moving around, shall we, a little bit. Let's just have a look at some of these as well. We've got Chris Brockhurst here as well. Started in 3rd yesterday. Let's see what he is going to do today. Chris, how are we doing? How are we feeling for this? Perfect conditions, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's lovely actually, because considering they said it was going to meant to be raining today, so
it's all I've heard all week. All I've heard. Easter Monday, it's going to chuck it down. It's going to chuck it down, but pleasant surprise. What are we expecting from this race?
Be nice in the top 3. Car's feeling, I feel like we've got a good balance with the car. Obviously we've got new tyres for this year, the Hoosiers now. So we're all still in a bit of the unknown of how they're going to behave and stuff, but they seem to be quite good all the way through the whole race. So. Yeah, it'd be nice if we can, get a top 3.
Top man, Chris, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Thanks, guys. How are we doing? All right, so let's keep moving down, shall we? And keep walking and find out. Let's go chat to Matt Moore, shall we? Starting from pole position. This one's a little bit easier, actually, because we don't have that mesh in the way, do we, Matt? Makes my life a lot easier. How are we feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, a lot of pace in the car?
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah. Excellent. Look, I'm going to look forward to it. Just a quick chat on the start of the season, Brands Hatch Indy. Is it one of your favourites?
Yeah, I like it. It's only local to me, so...
Oh, well, even better then. You sleep in your own bed last night, eh?
Sorry?
Sleep in your own bed last night?
Yeah.
Top man. Best of luck for the race, mate. We will be watching, of course. Right, here we go. Time for the pickup truck race 2. There is another race a little bit later on in the day as well, but these look sensational. Absolutely love this. I'm going to hand over to Dave, who's going to take you through the action.
Okay, getting ready for pickup truck race action once again then. The grid for this second race, it's a partially reversed grid from the second half of qualifying. So pole position will be number 84, Matthew Moore, who I believe is in the ex-championship winning truck race by George Turicki. He starts alongside number 21, Dean Tompkins. Second row, number 5, Dan Fisher, had a great run to 4th place yesterday. And number 93, pickup veteran Michael Smith. Third row, 89, Chris Brockhurst, went from 2nd to 8th on the last lap yesterday. Starts alongside 68, Eric Bolton. Now on row 4, number 44 of Ryan Hadfield, and 12, Paul Tompkins, father of Dean. Row 5 is the man we just heard from, Dale Gent, alongside number 8, the Irishman, David O'Regan. And then on row 6 behind them will be number 72, Alan Cooper, alongside number 65, Mark Willis. Great run from him from the back yesterday. Matt Simpson starts from the back again in the number 30. problems again in qualifying, didn't manage to set a lap. And Jonathan Hadfield, who I think starts from the back as a novice in the pink number 42, brother of Ryan, completing the grid. Now, it was a pink truck that has won the last 2 championships. Number 40, Rhys Jones, but Rhys, man from Herne Bay, not racing this year. So we will see a new name in the winner's circle come end of season. Matt Simpson's in with a chance. He was in the top 3 of the championship last year. Mark Willis, veteran at pickups, had a lot of mechanical problems last year. There is number 42, Jonathan Hadfield. He and Ryan have raced in Ginetta sports cars in the past. They've done short oval racing as well, started at their home raceway of Buxton up in the Peak District, along with their dad, Rob. They've raced Formula 2 stock cars as well. Rob, an ex-banger and hot rod racer, looking on from the sidelines today. Matthew Moore in pole position. We've seen him in the Special Saloons series in the past in a space frame Ford Escorts. He's in one I think is the ex-George Taricki truck, as we say, won a couple of championships. This will be a 16-lap race, not a timed race, this one. It is on number of laps. Watch for Matt Simpson, the number 30, former British touring car racer, race winner from the back of the grid in the white truck. Pace car is in pit lane. Here we go. Matthew Moore and Dean Tompkins lead them off. This is going to be an absolute cracker on the Brands Hatch Indy circuits. Revs are up and away they go from the rolling start. Dan Fisher's got away well from the second row there, but he can't get through on the inside. Matthew Moore will have the lead in the number 84. Now, he spun on the first lap yesterday up at Druids after a little bit of contact with Alan Cooper, so aiming for better fortunes today. He holds the lead on the inside of Dean Tompkins. Fisher trying to get through for second. It's a NASCAR-style draft, and Matt Simpson getting hung out to dry around the outside there at Druids. Dean Tompkins might have a look for the lead here. No, he's not close enough down into Graham Hill Bend. Dan Fisher in third. Michael Smith is fourth. Then Chris Brockhurst, Eric Bolton, Ryan Hadfield out onto the grass. Now, he ended up in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend yesterday. A spinner at the back. That's Alan Cooper in the 72. Oh, and contact there. And Dan Fisher's gone. Over the grass goes Dean Tompkins. Chris Brockhurst's off as well. Oh, goodness me. David O'Regan caught up too. Well, that was a NASCAR-style pile-up almost there, wasn't it? We're at Brands Hatch, not Daytona. And that's handed Matthew Moore a huge lead. Everybody else self-destructive behind, and again, that's Eric Bolton. Contact there down the home straight. Bolton goes off. Damage to the front of his car. He's hit the pit wall. What's got into these drivers this morning? Goodness me. Well, is that going to be a safety car, I wonder, unless Eric Bolton can get going again? Well, they're still under green at the moment. It is Matthew Moore with a lead of over 2 seconds at the end of the first lap. It's even bigger, an even bigger lead now, I think. I didn't quite see. It might have been Ryan Hadfield who made contact with Eric Bolton in the 68, the ex-Ford Fiesta racer, among others. Well, there goes our leader. He's probably wondering where everyone else has got to. Second place is Dean Tompkins, then Michael Smith in third. Looks like Dale Gent has come through into fourth place in the 83. Then it's Paul Tompkins, Dean's father, the former World Banger Racing champion. Well, they've kept going without the need for the safety car, so it looks like Eric Bolton's got his truck out of the way. Whether he's still racing, I don't know, because that was quite an impact with the pit wall. Okay, things settle down again slightly, and look where Matt Simpson is, right up behind Ryan Hadfield. He's up to 7th already from the back row of the grid. Make that 6th, because he goes up the inside into Druids. Speaking of going up the inside at Druids, through goes Dale Gent into 3rd place. 4th is Paul Tompkins there, past Michael Smith. And I think Matt Simpson's going to get through there as well. There's a bit of damage to the front of Simpson's truck as well. Michael Smith is all over the place. I don't know whether he's got some damage as well, but he's losing places. Simpson goes through. You can see there a bit of damage to the front of Matt Simpson's truck. Whether he got involved in that mayhem on the first lap at some point, he must have done. Pause for breath as they come round to complete lap number 3. Matthew Moore, number 84, looking for his first pickup truck race victory. Paul Tompkins does the fastest lap of the race, 52.42 seconds as Ryan Hadfield up the inside. That's not going to work. He's tangled with Michael Smith. Both of them go off into the gravel and surely out of the race. Exactly where Ryan Hadfield went off yesterday. Well, he nearly got out of the gravel on that occasion, got stuck as he tried to rejoin, and that's surely going to be a safety car this time. That move was never really on there at the inside, bit over-optimistic, I think, from Ryan Hadfield, one of the newcomers to pickups over the last couple of years. That's most likely going to bring out the safety car. We'll wait and see. Still, your leader is Matthew Moore. The last thing he wants to see is the safety car boards, as Paul Tompkins nearly loses it there as well. Matt Simpson trying to get up the inside in the number 30. He's got to get it done before paddock though, because there'll be yellow flags out there for the two cars, the two trucks that have gone off. Through goes Simpson. Yeah, he gets the move done in time into the yellow flag zone, so no passing there. Well, no sign of the safety car, no full course yellow. Side by side for second place. Dean Tompkins holding off Dale Gent, then Simpson, Paul Tompkins. Mark Willis is in 6th position, then it's 42 Jonathan Hadfield, who started at the back of the grid, and now the safety car is coming out. So the safety car picks up Matthew Moore, and there goes the lead he'd built up, which is about 1.5 seconds. There's Jonathan Hadfield, the very bright pink machine, up to 7th from the back. Then Alan Cooper, he was the first to spin on the first lap. I think that was caused by cold tyres. David O'Regan is 9th. Chris Brockhurst, who went straight on about here at McLaren, is 10th. Then Dan Fisher, who also spun there. Eric Bolton's going again in 12th. And then we've got these two in the gravel. Ryan Hadfield on the left, Michael Smith on the right. We'll try and see a replay of what's happened there. Okay, under the safety car then here at Brands Hatch, with two pickup trucks in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. Ryan Hadfield trying a move up the inside of Michael Smith, but it didn't work and both of them went spinning off. This is all, in my opinion, playing into the hands of Matt Simpson, who's gone from 13th on the grid to 4th. There's Eric Bolton still going. I'm surprised that truck is still racing on after that impact with the pit wall. I didn't quite catch who he got spun out by there. There was definitely contact down the pit straight. A pretty chaotic start for the pickup truck racers today. That was at the end of the race where we saw a bit of mayhem yesterday. Flatbeds from trackside recovery heading out of pit lane. As we say, this is a race based on number of laps rather than a timed race. Coming through now to complete lap number 6. In fact, is the safety car stopping them there? Yes, the red flag is coming out. So the race has been stopped. And we'll await news on a restart. Perhaps deciding there, the officials, that if we stayed under safety car, we would end up behind it for the full 16 laps. So giving the drivers a chance to race, they've decided to bring out the red flag to conduct the recovery, and we'll wait to see how many laps we get on the restart. Matthew Moore, who made his debut in pickup trucks last season, was a regular winner, as he said, in the Special Saloon and Mod Sport series with the Space Frame Mark 1 Escort and RSR Escort in years gone by. Dean Tompkins, who's looked very quick this weekend, in second. The Tompkins family with new liveries on their trucks this weekend. Now, replays of the drama early on. That was what started everything on the first lap. Dan Fisher bounced off the side of Dean Tompkins. He then spun, and that sent Brockhurst and O'Regan off onto the grass in avoidance. I thought Chris Brockhurst was heading straight on into the tyre wall, but he got going again. Alan Cooper had already spun earlier around the lap. We see it again here. They just bounce off each other. And Fisher went spinning, very lucky not to be T-bone there. There goes Brockhurst off down the fairway. Did he meet the tyre wall? No, he just got the thing stopped in time, I think. Very lucky for Brockhurst. And then down the pit straight, I think it was Ryan Hadfield involved here as well. He tried the inside. Eric Bolton didn't see he was there, and wallop straight into the pit wall. Amazingly, Eric was able to get going again in the purple number 68 there. Front end stoved in, but he's still moving. And then up into paddock, down the inside for Ryan Hadfield on Michael Smith. Didn't work. Looks like Mark Willis was possibly caught up in that as well. He was able to keep going. The other two were not. See there, Hadfield up the inside. They were all just too late on the brakes, really. And Ryan Hadfield, who it has to be said has proven a bit of a loose cannon so far this weekend, ends up in the gravel for the second race in a row, along with Michael Smith, the pickup veteran and former champion. Big hello to Alison Sharrett, who's watching on. Member of the Orange family in motorsport, mainly in rallycross over the years. Alison and her parents, long-time marshals, particularly down at their local venue of Pembrey in South Wales. And the trucks go there in a few weeks' time for their second event of the year. Trucks also appear at Thruxton in July. They go to Donington Park, as we mentioned, Snetterton in Norfolk. The big finale, of course, is here at Brands Hatch at the start of November for the Trucks and Fireworks meeting. Thanks again for all your messages and comments coming in. Stefan Miller has confirmed that Matthew Moores is the ex-George Taricki truck that's leading the race. Ryan Hadfield is in the ex-Danny Hunn truck in the yellow and red. Of course, the Hunn family, based down in Essex. Hot rod racers for many years. I remember in my youth at Hensford Hills Raceway watching Ricky Hunn in his famous Peugeot 205 National Hot Rod number 639, the former world champion. Still got that car. Stunning looking machine, that is. I think while we have this red flag, we can head down to Ian in pit lane for an update.
Yeah, welcome down everybody. Here we are. We're actually on the pit wall. We're not allowed on track, unfortunately, but what a shame that was for Matt Moore there. He built that lead up. It's been wiped out. He'll still hold first place, of course, but all of that hard work he's going to have to do. And, of course, he's got a charge, and Dean Tompkins behind him. Just a reminder, Dean Tompkins yesterday set the fastest lap in that race. So we know he's got a lot of pace in that car. We spoke to Dale Gent a little bit earlier as well. He finished runner-up in the championship last season. No Rhys Jones, the two-time champion for the pickup truck and defending champion. He stepped away from the series this year, so a bit of a nervous wait, I think, for these drivers, but it's great to see. The cars are now firing up, so it sounds like we might be going racing very, very soon. Safety car people just getting themselves ready to can I just give a big shout out as well to all of the marshals here, the Orange Army. What a job they do. We would not be able to go racing if it wasn't for them. We've been told to get off the pit wall now as well, so it looks like we're about to resume racing very, very shortly. I'm going to hand back to Dave to talk you through the action.
Yep, The engine's firing into life down there. Thanks, Ian, for the quick updates. As you probably worked out from its livery, Jonathan Hadfield, number 42, is in Rhys Jones' championship-winning pickup from the last couple of years. Can't be many shocking pink pickups out there. So Rhys Jones not coming back to defend his title and go for a third consecutive crown. And great names have won the pickup truck racing championship over the years. Of course, Michael Smith is a former champion out there. Gavin Seeger was one of the early stars. The late great Pete Stevens won the title several years ago. Steve Dance, who now races a Capri in historic saloons, he was a three-time champion. Anthony Hawkins, the West Midlander. Michael Smith's won it twice. Freddie Lee, the son of the legendary Barry Lee, won it in 2016. Scott Bourne, National Hot Rod regulars, won it a couple of times. George Turicki was technically champion for 3 years. Because of the global pandemic, the series didn't run in 2020. In the last 2 years, it's been Rhys Jones from Herne Bay on the Kent coast. Dale Gent was second last year, Matt Simpson third. Mark Willis has been Rockingham champion on the oval, the 1.5 mile oval at Rockingham, but has never won the overall title. I remember in the late 90s when pickup truck racing was first drawn up by Sonny Howard in the UK, along with the Euro cars. Remember those? Space frame Mondeos, the V6s and V8s. Among the first to race pickups were Kevin Clark, who we now see racing various BMWs. So, the likes of Pete Chambers, now a historic racer in a Lotus Cortina. We're getting back underway. It's going to be a 10-lap restart. So pretty much picking up where we left off. Picking up, get it? Still a dozen trucks out there. George Turicki now back in Brisker F2 after his stint in National Hot Rods, thanks to Tuput Shakur on our comment thread. That's a name I recognise from a certain stock car forum many years ago. Nice to see you again, Kev. Anyway, we're ready to get back underway. Over 10 laps with race 2 of the weekend for the pickup trucks. Matthew Moore with the lead, the pace car into pit lane. Revs are up from these 2-litre engines and we're racing once again. Good restart by Dale Gents, having a look on the outside of Dean Tompkins. Tompkins goes to the inside, but it's Matthew Moore in the ex-George Turicki truck who leads the way through Paddock Hill Bend. They're all round the first corner okay. Alan Cooper fishtailing a bit there as he challenges Jonathan Hadfield in the ex-Rhys Jones truck a bit further back. Matt Simpson up on the outside. He'll try and get the inside line for the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. He's going to try and move through into third. He does take third, and Paul Tompkins trying to follow him. Past Dale Gent. Gent's lost 2 places. Next in line is Mark Willis. Dean Tompkins going for the lead. Doesn't quite get alongside the yellow machine of Matthew Moore. Dale Gent over the curve there as he tries to retake the number 12 of Paul Tompkins, the ex-World Banger champion. Bit different to a Ford Granada, these 2-litre pickups. Alan Cooper's got ahead of Jonathan Hadfield. Also coming through is David O'Regan, the man from Cork in Ireland, in the number 8, another ex-National Hot Rod racer. Side by side, Paul Tompkins and Mark Willis. Willis going through on the inside. Still Matthew Moore hanging on to the lead. There's contact there between Simpson and Dean Tompkins, just sliding into each other. Up the inside goes Simpson at Druids, and Moore's gone wide. This is Simpson's opportunity. Keeps the line though for Graham Hill Bend. I think Matthew Moore will just about hold his lead there. Simpson had his nose in front down the hill. Dean Tompkins sideways. There may have been some contact there with Dale Gent. Off goes Dean Tompkins, just avoids the gravel. That's dropped him back down the order. Now we'll wait to see who's going to come out of this with the lead, because Simpson may well have the inside line here. Up on the curb as they go through Surtees. Simpson's going through. Dale Gent's still up there with them as well. I don't know how he stayed up there after all that pushing and shoving around this lap. Simpson now gets the lead as they come out of Clark Curve. Goodness me. Pause for breath again. And Dale Gent now going through past Matthew Moore for second. Here come Willis and Paul Tompkins. Dean having dropped back down the order after that moment through Graham Hill Bend. Dale Gent is fired up after that last lap defeat yesterday. He'd led all the way until that melee at Graham Hill Bend on the final lap, and he is determined. You can see there on the tail of Matt Simpson. Down into, kicking up the dust there. I thought Paul Tompkins was going to lose it there, putting a wheel on the grass. There's Dean, his son, ahead of Jonathan Hadfield, who's being pushed literally there by Dan Fisher in the number 5, the ex-Honda Civic racer. Goodness me. This is like a NASCAR race. Rubbins racing, as they say in NASCAR. First two have now pulled away slightly. Willis is up to third, ahead of Paul Tompkins. Moore, the early leader, goes down to fifth. Here comes Paul Tompkins, Winkle as he's known from his days in the Bangers. We don't know why. He's up to third. Fastest lap of the race by David O'Regan. Here comes the Irishman, up the inside on Matthew Moore at Druids. And the number 8 goes through. Paul Tompkins now ahead of Mark Willis in third place. Moore holds fifth though, ahead of David O'Regan. He didn't quite get the move done there out of Druids. But out front it is still Matt Simpson and Dale Jents. Jents, who ran the Dale Earnhardt tribute livery last year, the ex-Classic Thunder Saloon racer. Chasing hard after Matt Simpson. Began his career on the short ovals in mini stocks. His father Jeff was a very successful national hot rod racer. Matt moved on into Legends cars, then to national hot rods himself. He won the European title in Ireland, then moved on up into pickups, and then the British Touring Car Championship, of course. Had a memorable win at Alton Park in his Honda Civic. Further back, Moore now under fire from O'Regan and from Alan Cooper, ex-Formula 2 stock car man, in the number 72. And a couple of spins this weekend, unfortunately, Alan. And he's starting to catch up onto this battle for third place. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh all together. Dean Tompkins still going in 8th position. There he is, recovering after his off earlier on. And a gap back to 9th, which is Dan Fisher. 10th is Jonathan Hadfield. 11th, Chris Brockhurst. Brockhurst never really recovering from that off on the first lap down at Clearways. In the DLRD run truck, that's Dave Longhurst Race Developments. Dave Longhurst, a former National Hot Rod World Champion. That was in 2003 at Ipswich. And Dave later became manager for Lee Wood in British Touring Cars. Race pickups himself, now concentrates on running his team. So Matt Simpson leads Dale Gent. Gent's got the fastest lap of the race though, 52.188 seconds. He's all over the back of Matt Simpson. He's not letting the number 30 Simpson Recycling and Simpson Race Exhausts sponsored car get away. Paul Tompkins not getting away from Mark Willis either. And Matthew Moore, the early leader, in 5th. O'Regan giving chase. Here comes Gent having a look on the inside, not close enough though as they go through the right-hander at Druids. We're on lap number 7 now, another new fastest lap that time through for Gent, 51.854, only a few hundredths quicker though than Matt Simpson ahead of him. 85 miles an hour average around Brands Hatch. Now Mark Willis turning up the pressure on Paul Tompkins for third. Still behind, being threatened by David O'Regan though. Over the line come the leaders, and the gap, if anything, has opened up just a little that time through. Yes, Simpson pulled away by about 0.3 of a second on that last lap. Things calming down again after those rather frantic opening stage of this race 2 of the weekend for the pickups. Cooper and Dean Tompkins trying to close up and make this a 6-way fight for third position. Tompkins and Cooper side by side. Tompkins goes through at Druids. Hasn't done a lot of luck in this one, sadly. second of the A4 metal recycling run trucks. The gap back to Dan Fisher next in the order, ahead of Eric Bolton, Chris Brockhurst. They've got ahead of Jonathan Hadfield, lost a couple of places on the last lap. 2 laps to go this time for Simpson and Gents. Gap as they cross the line is half a second. Dale Gent, is he limbering up to make a last lap lunge at Matt Simpson? White and the grey trucks go up the hill together. Meanwhile, Paul Tompkins continuing to hold off the 65 of Mark Willis. Matthew Moore wants to get back in contention for the podium as well. Over the curve there on the inside of Surtees, they always do there. Can Mark Willis get into the slipstream and get ahead of the number 12 of Paul Tompkins? They're going into their last lap this time. Dale Gents, one last attack for the 83. Raced in Dale Earnhardt's colours last year. Dale Earnhardt was known as the Intimidator. That's what Dale Gent's got to do now. He's got to intimidate Matt Simpson and try and find a way past, or it's going to be 2 out of 2 for the number 30. Through Graham Hill Bend, that's where it all came apart for Dale Gent yesterday. No problem for Simpson and Gent. Still third, Paul Tompkins, just about holding off Mark Willis. It looks like it is going to be a win for Matt Simpson unless Dale Gent can do something special on the run to the line. His only hope now is to get into the slipstream as they come out of clearways. I don't think he's going to do it. Matt Simpson gets the foot hard down. Out of Clark Curve, up the Sir Jack Brabham Straight. It's going to be 2 wins out of 2 for Matt Simpson in number 30. Dale Gent second. Who's going to be third? It's going to be Paul Tompkins ahead of Mark Willis, Matthew Moore, Dean Tompkins getting ahead of David O'Regan on the last lap there. 8th place for Alan Cooper, and Dan Fisher 9th. Eric Bolton, in his rather battered truck, takes 10th. Chris Brockhurst 11th, never really recovered from that off on the first lap. And Jonathan Hadfield will be the final finisher. Well done, Matt Simpson, 2 out of 2. That puts him on a hat-trick going into what's effectively the final at the end of the programme, as Jonathan Hadfield brings the ex-Reece Jones truck across the line. There's another frantic race from the pickups. Provisional result then, Matt Simpson the winner by 0.37 of a second from Dale Gent, who got the fastest lap. Paul Tompkins taking third, holding off Mark Willis, Matthew Moore, Dean Tompkins, David O'Regan and Alan Cooper. Dean getting past David O'Regan on the final lap. Then a gap back to Dan Fisher in 9th, Eric Bolton 10th and Chris Brockhurst 11th, all involved in incidents on the opening lap. Jonathan Hadfield completing the finishes as he continues to learn his new truck. We lost Ryan Hadfield and Michael Smith into the Paddock Bend gravel. Pickups will be back out at the end of the programme then for an 18-lap grand finale. There'll be a partially reversed grid for that one as well, based on the aggregate results of the first 2 races to make things a little bit more interesting. 2 more races to go before our lunch break here at Brands Hatch. Next out, it's more from the Sim Motorsport Caterham graduates, the Sigma 135 category for the slightly less powerful cars than the ones we saw earlier. Yesterday they had their first race and it was Tom McEwing who took the win. Meanwhile though, we'll head down to Ian in Parc Ferme.
Well, these pickups keep on delivering, don't they? Oh my word, Matt Simpson won yesterday from the back of the grid. He's done exactly the same again today. We'll let him get out. And actually, just on a quick note, just feel a few spits of rain coming down, actually. These guys have got in at the right time. Let's jump in, Matt. He just talked to his engineers. So, Matt, that was unbelievable. A bit of almost a like for like yesterday, because the red flag safety car doesn't help things at all, does it? But wow, how do you describe that?
Yeah, I'll say, because we had limited running we had on Saturday with this new tyre, we were sort of on the back foot. We were obviously missing qualifying. But yeah, I mean, first mega race yesterday. Obviously, we tweaked it last night. Just trying to get it more to my liking and for it to last a distance.
You're telling me in race 1 it still wasn't to your liking?
No, obviously I'll leave that to Dave and Carol, DLRD. That's their bit, they do. But no, I mean, we made a few tweaks last night, and it was definitely a step in the right direction. Still not perfect, but definitely a step in the right direction.
Unbelievable driving. Congratulations. They've got to do it all again as well. I just want to give a shout out actually as well. Look at that. Paul Tompkins yesterday at DNF. He's in 3rd today. Quite remarkable. I don't know where he is. Is that Paul there? Is that Paul down there? Let's just grab him very quickly. Paul, we'll have a quick word because I didn't quite get a plan, but this makes up for it a bit, hey?
Well, we've had the weekend from my boy's car blew up, we fixed that, and then mine blew up, so we fixed that. So to have results, my boy was up there in 2nd, got took out, so everyone's a little bit upset at the minute, but all in all, pickup truck racing's the place to be, but not when you've got people driving like that.
It's so tight though, isn't it? Even coming over the line on that final lap, my word, nothing in it.
It's all tight, but they can drive without hitting each other, but they don't seem to be able to.
Right, you still got to do it all again a little bit later as well. Thanks for talking to us, Paul. Doesn't seem too happy, but he's on the podium though, so let's move round as well. Dale Gent as well. Let's just grab a quick word with Dale. Dale, how was that?
Tough one. Didn't mean for that to happen out there. It seemed like he just checked up on there, coming in. We all come down in there, tearing into there, and Dean's just checked everything.
It's motorsport, isn't it? You guys are going pretty quick.
I was going in there pretty quick. I wouldn't. That's not intentional. It's not what I wanted to do there. I didn't mean for that to happen. So, thanks for the team getting this sorted out for us and getting us up there, so we'll see what happens in the next one.
Thanks for talking to us, Dan. So I really appreciate it. Seems to be something of a somber mood down here, so I'm going to hand back to Dave because as you can see, the Caterham 135s are on track. Dave, over to you.
Yes, thanks Ian. See the pickup trucks back out at the end of the programme, and it's time to go Caterham racing for the 3rd time this weekend. Second race for the Sim Motorsport Caterham graduates Sigma 135s. These are the less powerful cars, as the name suggests. Ford Sigma engine, 135 brake horsepower. Tom McEwing will be going for his 2nd win, but for this race he's back in 8th on the grid. Ian caught up with some of the drivers a little earlier on.
Well, what a day we're seeing so far. The racing has been sensational, hasn't it? Exciting, full of drama. And talking of drama and excitement, we now have the Caterham graduates Sigma 135. What a race we saw yesterday from them. Tom McEwing winning it, Dan Neal 2nd, Richard Groom 3rd. Come from one end of the grid to the other. And let's have a quick chat with Alan Bateman. He's going to see a lot in front, but there might be opportunities for you, Alan, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to it. It's first time I'm racing with the graduates. I'm loving it.
What's the atmosphere like in the paddock?
Really, really friendly guys. So first time I raced with them, and everybody's really welcoming and sharing tips as well, because I'm, as you can see, towards the back, and the guys at the front are very happy to share suggestions.
Not just that, you talk about sharing. I understand John said to me from CTS that there's a bit of a hog roast last night. Did you go down?
I didn't make the hog roast, but I understand it was suitably messy.
I didn't make it either, but I'm really regretting that decision. Best of luck, Alan. Thank you so much. Let's keep moving around, shall we? Grab a word here with Paul Steed and see what the expectation is for Paul. Paul, what are we expecting from this race?
A bit better than yesterday, really. I felt I underqualified yesterday, but first time out in the car in about 4 years. Yeah, let's just see if I can pull it forward 4 paces yesterday in the race, if I can do the same again today. Just little incremental gains, I'm happy with that.
Is it like riding a bike 4 years away, but you've come back now and obviously need a little bit of practice to get used to the car again, but it comes back quick?
Well, hopefully. Yeah, it hasn't come back as quick as I thought it would.
We're going to find out in the next 20 minutes, aren't we?
We will. Can we have this interview again at the end?
All right, yeah, well, if you're on the podium, yeah. Next time, the next meeting, I promise.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
Cars already on their green flag lap then, ready for this 2nd race of the weekend for the Caterham graduates 135s. This grid based on the 2nd fastest time set by each driver in qualifying yesterday. It's Craig Story and Tom Power, 65 and 70 on the front row of the grid. 2nd row, Paul Goldstein and Alaric Barney. Richard Groom and Paul Armitage on row 3. Richard Groom, championship runner-up last year. Ben Wheatley was the champion last year, not out this weekend. Tom Gunter and Tom McEwing on row 4. Fifth row is Kevin Turner and Daniel Neal. Daniel Neal, the reigning Caterham Academy champion, got a second place yesterday. Had a great race with Tom McEwing and with Richard Groom as well. Sixth row, James Empson. He was in the battle for the lead as well yesterday, along with Giles Derry. Then it's James Hapgood and Peter Motts. Row 8 is Andrew Bergbaum and Andrew Sagar. Row 9, Liam Baslington and Chris Griffith. The 10th row, Simon Arnold and Paul Vokes. Chris Griffith is a non-starter. We did see in the notes he'd only be racing yesterday. 11th row, Mark Barrett and Simon Nicholas. Row 12, Mark Soden and Michael Munns. Row 13, Andrew Cooper and David Poulter. 14th row, Paul Steed and Alan Bateman, who we just heard from. Row 15, Simon White and Simon Ockenden. And Michael Seagal, a veteran of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, starts from the back of the grid. So there should be one gap on the grid because Chris Griffith only able to race yesterday. I think everybody else is there. Pole position, Craig Story, a newcomer to racing this year, the black car with the yellow roll cage. Made a slow start yesterday and dropped back a bit, but he'll hope to stay in the lead battle today. Tom McEwing, the bright green car on row 4 of the grid, was yesterday's winner. Richard Groom, one to watch, last year's championship runner-up in the red car on row 3. Alaric Barney, the black car with the blue cage on the second row, also could be a favourite here. Revs are up and away we go then. Great start by Alaric Barney. A slow start again for Craig Story, perhaps showing a slight lack of experience. Good start by Daniel Neal, the reigning Caterham Academy champion, the light blue car. And it looks like it is Alaric Barney who has got the lead, coming around the outside from the second row as they go towards Druids for the first time. It's Alaric Barney from Tom Power sliding on the inside. Big lock up there for Paul Goldstein in the gold 135 car. He went into the gravel on the first corner yesterday and had to play catch-up. Play catch-up he certainly did. Who's that charging down the inside? That is Richard Groom in the red car. Takes at least 3 cars up into third place. So a big sort out around the first lap of the race there. And it is Alaric Barney, number 88, from 4th on the grid, who has taken up the lead ahead of Tom Power. Groom up to 3rd. It looks like it's Thomas Gunter in the black number 95 car in 4th. 69 of Paul Vokes, the man with 2 Caterhams here this weekend, competing in both divisions of the Caterham Graduates. Change for the lead at the end of the first lap possibly coming up here, because Tom Power, I've seen this move in the Sigma 150, is going for the outside. Is he going to power his way around the outside of Alaric Barney for the lead? Side by side as they come off Paddock Hill Bend. Richard Groom lurking behind them. They could make it 3 wide here. Groom up the inside. No, he's not going to find the room there. And Alaric Barney somehow has kept his lead. Paul Goldstein is in 4th place. Craig Story in behind them. Then it's the silk cut Jaguar lookalike of Paul Armitage, the number 56 head of Daniel Neal, and Tom McEwing is in behind them as well in the lower reaches of the top 10 at the moment, yet to make his move through the field. Alaric Barney, always there or thereabouts. We've not yet on BIRC TV seen him take a win. Could this be his first? We said it was Ben Wheatley who beat Richard Groom to the title last year in the Sigma 135s. Ben not out at this event. Hopefully we'll see him back later in the year. They divided up the wins between them pretty much last season. Tom Power had a couple of wins but finished 5th in the championship. Things starting to settle down, or are they? Because put Richard Groom having a go here around the outside of Tom Power. Then it's Gunter, Goldstein, Story, Armitage, Neal. There's Giles Derry, the green and gold number 77. He was 3rd in the championship last year. Didn't quite manage to take a win. Up the inside, Richard Groom tries to take Tom Power. Doesn't quite manage it. The rest of them funnel through behind. Number 7 there making a move. That was Mark Barrett on the inside of 54 of Michael Munns, the Australian. Daniel Neal up on the back of Tom McEwing, who's got ahead of him there in the bright green car. Tom McEwing, the former Caterham Academy race winner. I think he won an Academy Championship in one of the groups a few years ago as well. Stayed on the Caterham ladder ever since, now moving to the Graduates Racing Club. Further back in the order there, that's the 196 of Peter Motts coming under fire from James Empson in the 120. Slightly quieter starts the race for James Empson. Paul Goldstein moving up the inside there, trying to take Tom Gunter. Side by side with the number 95 for 4th position. Behind them is Craig Story, the pole sitter. Again, a slow start stymieing his efforts. Gunter up the inside takes Goldstein. In the gold car, certainly living up to his name there. It's still Alaric Barney holding off Tom Power for the lead of the race. Third is Richard Groom. The rest of them go through Surtees and McLaren behind. Tom McEwing not yet able to make his move up towards the front of the field here, trying for that double victory. Now here comes Tom Power. Has he got a run down into Paddock Hill Bend? Side by side. Is the outside line going to work for him this time? Again, Alaric Barney holds him off. We saw that work on every lap for the Signal 150s. The 135's not able to make that wider line work. Tom Power having to defend there from Richard Groom in the 23. It's Alaric Barney who's able to pull away by a couple of lengths there, the man from Reading. Side by side, that's the number 120 of James Empson. He's going under fire now from Giles Derry. He dropped back there coming out of Graham Hill Bend. Fantastic sight they make through there. The 62 car running just a little wide. That's Kevin Turner with the yellow roll cage. This is a great drive by Alaric Barney at the front of the field. James Empson attacking Turner. Peter Mott coming under fire now from the number 51 of Simon Arnold, I think that is, in the yellow car. Still Alaric Barney able to hold them all off. Richard Groom trying to go around the outside of Tom Power, but in there is Paul Goldstein as well. One car a bit slow up the run to Druids. It was 3 wide briefly. They all got away with that. I thought there'd been some contact in there, but it was all okay. Goldstein has got through into third place now in the number 135. Swing their way through Surtees and McLaren once again, and there was a bit of contact there. Richard Groom got a tap from Thomas Gunter, I think, in the 95. That could allow Craig Story, you can see the novice cross on his car, to attack. And yes, Tom Gunter's got some damage. Off comes some bodywork. That's one of the rear wings off Tom Gunter's car. As a result of that contact with Richard Groom. Was that a front or rear wing that came? I think it came off the back of the car. 28 goes through there. That's Daniel Neal, the light blue car, is a little further back in the order than we saw yesterday. He got the runner-up placing. There's a wing off Groom's car. Ah, I know what's happened. The wings come off Groom's car when Gunter hits it. It must have got stuck underneath Tom Gunter's car. That's why it flew up into the air from there. 119 goes through. That's the car of Andrew Sagar. Tom Gunter's dropped back, I think, as a result of trying to get that bodywork out from underneath his car. A bit like Mario Kart there, wasn't it? Unintentionally dropping a hazard for your rivals. Well, there is Tom Gunter. You can see one of his front wings is a bit loose. Yeah, his are all intact, so that came off Richard Groom's car and got stuck underneath Tom Gunter's car. So that's how that little incident happened. Less than a second covering the first 5, and it's still Alaric Barney who leads. What he'll be hoping is that these two, the gold machine of Paul Goldstein and Tom Power in the number 70, start squabbling with each other, lose time, and he's able to pull away. Fourth place is the number 23 of Richard Groom. Then it's Craig Story, the pole sitter. Then a small gap back to Tom McEwing, who's attacking Paul Armitage for 6th place. But the Silk Cut Jaguar lookalike is still in P6 at the moment. Through to complete another lap. Still Alaric Barney has led all the way so far. He's loving this out in front. Paul Goldstein on the outside runs an air conditioning company, looking for some fresh air here at Druids. It's quite fine here. He's still side by side with Tom Power. He's down the inside though into Graham Hill. He's surely going to take P2 here. Yes, he goes through. They dance them through onto the Cooper straights. This is allowing Alaric Barney to open up just a little bit of a lead here in the 88. Best we've seen him drive in the Caterham Academy on BARC TV. Richard Groom holding off Craig Story for 4th. Then it's Armitage in the white, purple and gold car. Seen that livery used in the Jaguar Championship. Of course, it was the livery made famous by Jaguar's Le Mans cars. Tom McEwing, there's Gunter and James Empson. Quite a race from him today. There's Daniel Neal, yesterday's runner-up, the light blue car. Second season of motor racing for him. Here comes Paul Goldstein. Now he's on the attack for the lead. There's contact. Contact between Goldstein and Barney. Now, has that damaged the suspension on either of those cars? They both lost wings, but is there more damage? We'll have to wait and see. Barney still with the lead. That was optimistic there by Paul Goldstein. There's damage to both cars, but is it only superficial? Find out. Trying to keep it going there. Hope they haven't suffered any suspension damage. They don't seem to have done. They're still battling away. Tom Power third, Richard Groom fourth. Alaric Barney, the tail out a little bit there. I hope that car's not wounded. Still 10.5 minutes of this race to go. First time I've looked at the clock all race long. There's been so much going on. Paul Armitage in the Silk Cut lookalike closing up. They're side by side for the lead now. Paul Goldstein's going to have another go on the outside this time. Power is going to have a go up the inside. Goodness me, how is Alaric Barney holding all these cars off? Richard Groom's up there as well now. This is fantastic stuff. Alaric Barney still holds the lead. Looks like they've got away with any major damage from that collision. Groom to the inside now, and here comes Tom McEwing. The bright green car is up there. He's got ahead of Paul Armitage now, and he's going to go after the top five. They reach half distance in this 20-minute race for the Caterham Graduates Sigma 135, supported by Sim Motorsports. Tom McEwing now up into P6. Are we going to see him move into this? No, he's not up to P6. Paul Armitage has got back ahead of him there at Clearways. As soon as you call one thing, it all changes again. Giles Derry there making a move on Daniel Neal. That's for 10th place. Behind them, Kevin Turner. Somehow, Alaric Barney still holds the lead. A great defensive drive from the number 88, from the driver from Reading. 135, Paul Goldstein from Billingshurst in the southeast of England. Tom Power holds third. He comes from Redditch in Worcestershire. Craig Story side by side with Paul Armitage now. That's for 5th position. Paul Armitage tries a move there. It doesn't work. He's still holding off Tom McEwing. His hopes of a double starting to slip away. That's how closely matched these cars are. Over the line they go. The runners further back, we saw the number 10 of James Hapgood, Andy Bergbaum behind him. Could be a change for the lead there. Yes, Goldstein has got ahead in this contact, and off goes Craig Story. Didn't see who he made contact with. Looks like his steering broke there, and straight on into the gravel, into the tyre wall at Druids. That's end of race for the pole sitter. But just before that, Paul Goldstein had taken the lead from Alaric Barney. I think he got him up Halewood Hill. Now, are we going to see a safety car with Craig Story off at Druids? Are we going to see Alaric Barney able to fight back? Race still green at the moment as they come up over the line. It's Paul Goldstein, number 135, who now leads the way. There's a couple of back markers ahead. Michael Seagal is busy in a battle with the number 73 of Ockenden. They move aside, but there's yellow flags out. They had to slow right down there. They can't pass the back markers, so there's yellow flags at Druids. Everybody had to slow there. Now they can, because they're out of the yellow flag zone. And they've met Michael Seagal at the worst possible place there. He doesn't know where to go to get out of the way, and Alaric Barney's going to lose 2nd place, I think. Well, the blue flag's waving, but there was nowhere he could go there. They met the back marker at the worst possible moments. Now they've got the 73 car of Simon Ockenden to get past. And the blue flag's waving, and Ockenden not moving fully to the side there. And this has handed Paul Goldstein a huge lead in the number 135 car. Alaric Barney under fire now from Tom Power. Richard Groom trying to go through as well. We saw what looked like 1 or 2 drops of rain on our camera lens up there on the home straight. Somebody's gone out wide. That's Tom Power. just about saves it from going into the gravel, but that's dropped him back to about 6th position. He may drop further as well. I think there are still yellow flags there at Druids. I couldn't quite see, but everybody slowed. So it's Goldstein from Barney, Groom, Armitage. Looks like Gunter in 5th and Tom Power down to P6. Then it's a solid swarm of Caterhams behind. Through the middle goes Peter Motts, nearly clipping the 51 there of Simon Arnold. This 3 and 4 wide as they come into Surtees and McLaren, but I saw a yellow flag there. Yeah, the safety car's coming out. So the safety car is going to come out. That's the last thing Paul Goldstein wanted to see. That'll be because of Craig Story's car off at Druids. Well, they'll try and sort themselves into order then. Kevin Turner, I think, was giving places back there. Doesn't want to be penalised for overtaking under a yellow flag. There's the reason for the safety car. Craig Story, the man who started in pole position for both races on his Caterham Graduates debut. There was contact going into Druids and that broke his steering. And off he went into the gravel. Driver is okay, but recovery needed. The car in an unsafe position. Try and get a replay of what happened there. There's not been time to look at any replays during this race because there's been so much going on. Here comes the trackside recovery pickup. And the flatbed as well. Have a look back and see what happened there. Yes, nose went up in the air. He clipped the back of Richard Groom, Craig Story. No wonder it broke his steering. And he's got a wing caught underneath the front wheel you saw there as well. So that's what sent him skating off. He had bodywork caught under his front wheel. We saw Tom Power have a moment there as well. That dropped him down the order to 6th place. 4 minutes of the race to go, so hopefully we'll get back to green flag racing. It might be a one-lap shootout this, and we may finish under the safety car. As Caitlin Penny, top sim racing commentator, says in our comments, there's only so much contact you can get away with. And it rather boiled over there into Druids. I thought the steering had snapped on Craig Story's car, but looking again, you saw the right front wheel there had a piece of bodywork from Richard Groom's car stuck underneath it. And he wasn't there, and he just skated off. I don't think I've seen that before. So Richard Groom's car, I think, is now wingless. Safety car going slowly past the incident there. They're hoping to get a one-lap shootout here, which would be a cracking sight. But I fear we may be about to finish under the safety car. Great to see such a huge crowd here at Brands Hatch. Look at the south banking there, replete with cars. All parked at the top of the bank there, all parked along the old rallycross track here at Brands Hatch. Just in the foreground there, that route into the paddock at the bottom of the picture, that used to be part of the rallycross course as well. We used to come the wrong way up Cooper Straight and turn through a chicane there. It's back in the 80s and early 90s. Paul Goldstein, your leader, in number 135, ahead of Alaric Barney. Richard Groom in 3rd, then Paul Armitage 4th. He briefly got up to 2nd as a result of that melee at Druids, Paul Armitage. Tom McEwing's got a bit of damage on the nose as well there, the 49 car. So there's only 90 seconds left on the clock, and it looks like this race is going to finish, unfortunately, under the safety car. Still trying to get Craig Story's car recovered there. We've got the medical car there just to check on him. That's just as a precaution. And it looks like we are going to finish under the safety car. A bit of an anticlimax to our third Caterham race of the weekend, but safety first. And it looks like it is going to be Paul Goldstein who takes, I think, will be his first win in the Caterham Graduates. He's raced in Caterham Motorsports factory supported series in the past. He's come through the Caterham Academy. He may run an air conditioning company, but he certainly didn't find that race a breeze. Started racing last year, 5th in his group in the Caterham Academy. Second full season of motorsport this year, and this will be his first Caterham Graduates win, ahead of Alaric Barney. Richard Groom, last year's championship runner-up, in third. Gold sender, it says on the back of the car. Well, we've seen Austin Powers out already in the minis. So the checkered flag is going to come out as they come across the line this time. It will be a first Caterham Graduates win for the gold car, even a gold crash helmet as well. There's the checkered flag. We finish under the safety car. Paul Goldstein wins race 2 for the Sigma 135s. Alaric Barney second, Richard Groom in third. Paul Armitage is fourth, then Thomas Gunter, Tom Power. Tom McEwing only 7th this time, then James Empson, Daniel Neal and Peter Mott rounds out the top 10. Craig Story's car being brought back into the pit lane. Steering hadn't broken because he was able to drive it back. I if that's our race winner sounding his horn in the background. Because some of these Caterhams, especially if they're Academy cars, they are road legal. So Paul Goldstein the winner, ahead of Barney and Groom. Paul Goldstein got the fastest lap as well, 54.863. Paul Armitage fourth, ahead of Thomas Gunter, Tom Power and Tom McEwing, the 3 Toms, 5th, 6th and 7th. James Empson, Daniel Neal and Peter Mott completed the top 10. Then Giles Derry, Simon Arnold, Kevin Turner and Andy Bergbaum. The only non-finisher was Craig Story, 29 cars going the distance in that one. Just a bit of a shame we had to finish under the safety car, but Paul Goldstein won't be complaining. Fought his way past Alaric Barney to take the win, his first win in the Caterham Graduates Championship. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights. It was Alaric Barney who took the lead from the off round the outside of Tom Power. Bit of a lock-up for Paul Goldstein. He was lucky there was no contact with Tom Gunter ahead of him. Alaric Barney set the pace. Bobbing, weaving line of Caterhams behind him. That was the contact between Tom Gunter and Richard Groom, and there was the wing from Groom's car that got stuck underneath Tom Gunter. Then there was contact for the lead, and they only just survived that. I was surprised that Goldstein and Barney were able to keep going. Then Craig Story charged into the back of Richard Groom on the run-up to Druids. Bodywork stuck under his front wheel, slid straight on. Tom Power then nearly lost it into the gravel as well. So frantic stuff from the Caterham Sigma 135s, the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, sponsored by Sim Motorsports. And hopefully we can go down to Ian in Parc Fermé.
Well, it's safe to say gold by name and gold by nature as well. Paul Goldstein coming over the line, taking the win, of course, under the safety car conditions, but it's probably actually a fair result, Paul, because you had broken the toe and you were leading comfortably as the safety car came out. So, well deserved, I would have to say.
Yeah, no, thank you. My first race win.
Oh, come on. And would you like to say hello and get your helmet off and then give some people some shout outs? And I love this, by the way. Look at that. That is beautiful, isn't it? Beautiful Goldstein, of course, is the name. Absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable. Right, Paul, this is your magic moment. So is there anybody you want to say hello to, thank you to, anybody you want to shout out? Go ahead.
Yeah, big thanks to wife, family, kids. Up in the box today, we've got friends, family, some work colleagues as well. Special thanks to DPR Motorsport, CTS, who are looking after me the weekend. Darren Burke, driver, racing coach. Couldn't be here without him, to be honest. What a day. Thank you very much.
It's going to be a party in the Goldstein household later, I can tell you that. Let's go grab Alaric. We spoke to him yesterday, and that's a bit more like it, eh?
It is a bit. I got some good traction off the start and tried to settle in for the race, but yeah, it appeared it got a bit scrappy towards the end.
Did back markers cause an issue? Because Paul ended up just breaking the toe.
They did, yeah. So you have to make a decision which way to go and stick to it, basically. But that was good fun race.
A good haul of points, that's important, right?
Indeed.
Oh, man, best of luck. We'll see you at the next round as well. Of course, Richard Groom coming home is a pair of third places for him as well. I wonder if just correctly, a pair of thirds for you.
A pair of thirds, a good weekend all round, yeah, after tricky qualifying. I find myself a pair of rear wings. That was a bit of an interesting one. They got hit 3 times by the same guy, but it's all part of the fun of catering racing. It was a good day out.
These are tougher than they look, aren't they?
Yeah, it's only 50 quid for a wing.
Oh, there you go then, there you go. We can knock them off all day then.
Well, not all day. Not all day, every day, please. But yeah, no, good fun, pair of podiums, great weekend for me. Really happy to be here. Cheers.
Congratulations, great stuff. Right, I'm going to have to hand back to Dave, actually, the next race. They're already heading out on track, so Dave, over to you.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. Well done to our Caterham racers. And now for something a little bit different. A mixture of saloon cars. This is the Track Action Saloon Car Series. We've got saloons of a whole variety out there for this one, it has to be said. Let's have a look at the grid then. Various classes in this one as well. In fact, there's loads of different classes in this race. Pole position went to Gareth Porter in his Peugeot 205 GTI in qualifying this morning, alongside the Renault 5 GT Turbo of David Clark. Second row, Paul Rodison, long-time Mazda MX-5 racer, but today he's in a VW Scirocco alongside Charlotte Birch, regular Ginetta racer these days. She's in a Honda Civic. Row 3, another Renault 5 Turbo. When was the last time you saw 2 of them on the same grid? Tom Franklin starts alongside Joel Daniels in his Renault Clio. Row 4 is Charlie Constable, junior saloon car graduate in his VW Scirocco, and Robert Buckland, who's been racing his Renault Clio for many years. Row 5, Marshall Groves, ex-Alfa Romeo racer in a Vauxhall Vectra Challenge car. That might be the last one remaining from that one-make series back in the 90s. He starts alongside Lee Bull in his Renault Clio. Row 6 of the grid, we have number 92 Adam Parker. He's in a Honda Civic alongside Andy Mitchell in a Peugeot 206 GTI. There's a separate class for 206 GTIs, that's class TF. They have their own Peugeot 206 GTI challenge. CJ Morgan, another ex-junior saloon racer in his 206 GTI, starts alongside Lee Rickard's Honda Civic on row 7. Row 8, it's David Thomas in his Mark 1 Toyota MR2 alongside Dave Beecroft, the promoter of this, one of the promoters of this series, in his Citroen Saxo. Ninth row, Jacob Baldry, another ex-junior saloon car racer, and Noah Checkley, a pair of Peugeot 206 GTIs. 2 more 206 GTIs, David Scotting and Paul Rice on row 10. The row of Peugeot 206 GTIs continues with row 11, number 25 Matt Anderson and 34 Stephen Fuller. Row 12, another pair of the French hatchbacks, Harley Connolly and Jake Richardson, and Alexander Quachete, I hope I pronounced that correctly, the Frenchman at the back in his Mazda MX-5. They head off on the green flag lap then. This will be a 15-minute race. The Track Action Race Club. Track Action, also the promoters of the Junior Saloon Car Championship. That's why we've got a few graduates out there. Previously known as the Track Attack Race Club, and they promoted various series including the Nippon Challenge for Japanese cars, the Deutsche Marks series for German machines. Got a couple of VW Scirocco's out there representing Germany. and the Tricolore Trophy for French cars as well. Mainly French cars on this grid, including our Peugeot 206 GTI Cup. Great to see those out there as a former 206 owner myself. It wasn't a GTI though. Pole position going to the Peugeot 205 of Gareth Porter. He's raced this car for many years. I think he used to compete in the old Mod Prod Saloon series, modified production saloons in that car. And 2 Renault 5 turbos. They're a rare car these days. David Clark has raced his since 2007. He's what I call a freelance club racer. He races any event his car is eligible for. Look out for Charlotte Birch, another graduate of Junior Saloons and subsequent Ginetta racer in her Honda Civic. She could be in with a chance here. There's Alexandre Quachete at the back of the grid. There's various classes in this race, a lot of different classes. You can see the various colours at the bottom of your screen. Well, Gareth Porter was a race winner at the very first circuit race meeting I ever commentated on. In fact, that was Boxing Day at Mallory Park in 2010. He had a win there. Still in the same car. That's the dark green Peugeot 205. The yellow Renault is that of David Clark. Paul Rodison in the orange and white VW Scirocco, multiple Mazda MX-5 champion. And Charlotte Birch in the black and red Honda Civic on row 2. Row 3 is the other Renault 5 of Thomas Franklin, the white and orange car. Then we've got Joel Daniels in his Renault Clio, blue and red with the white stripes. On the 4th row, another Scirocco, that of Charlie Constable, Junior Saloon car graduate, the white Scirocco alongside Rob Buckland in his blue Clio. It's really an open series for just about any kind of saloon car. There's a lot of smoke or steam coming from Charlie Constable's car there. Bit of smoke from the Renault 5 as well of Tom Franklin on row 3. Revs are up and away we go. The race gets underway. I hope Charlie Constable's car is all right there. One of the Clio's getting a rapid start. That's Lee Bull in the silver car, but it is Paul Rodison with one of the best getaways there. A poor start for the pole sitter in the Peugeot, and it's Paul Rodison who has gone to the front of this track action race 1 in the Scirocco ahead of David Clark in second in the Renault 5 Turbo. Fast but fairly fragile, that car. And yeah, it looks like all is not well with Gareth Porter's Peugeot. He's got away fairly slowly there, which is a great shame. So Paul Rodison leads in the VW. David Clark in second as they make their way through Graham Hill Bend for the first time. As we say, quite a few junior graduates. And well, Gareth Porter looks to be back up to speed now. He's alongside Tom Franklin's Renault. The Vinnersport Honda of Charlotte Birch is passed there by Charlie Constable in the VW. And all this contact there with Rob Buckland's Clio. They're going into the pit lane. Look out! Goodness me, that was a bit dicey. Buckland and Constable crash into the pit lane entrance. I've never seen that before. Thankfully not too much damage, I don't think. Buckland's getting going again, so it's Rodison and Clark who lead the way. Everybody else trying to be third. I think that's, Gareth Porter's back up into 4th place, so he just made a poor start there. The Vectra's come through into 3rd place. Where's that come from? Of Marshall Groves. So it's very chop and change in the first lap here in this track action, certainly living up to its name. David Clark having a go at the race leader. There's Groves in the Vectra in 3rd, then Gareth Porter. 5th is Joel Daniels' Clio. Lee Bull running wide there in his Clio, and Charlotte Birch will go through. Everybody got caught up there when there was that tangle at the end of the first lap between Buckland and Constable. Tom Franklin's Renault under fire. Through goes the Clio of Joel Daniels. As we say, the reason we've got a lot of junior saloon car graduates in the track action series is that they have the same promotional team. Joel Daniels under fire from Charlotte Birch now. She tries to get round the outside in the Vinnersport Civic. This is great stuff so far. Very eventful indeed. A nice mixture of different saloons in action. Here comes David Clark in the Renault 5. He's going to try and take the lead away from Paul Rodison, the South Yorkshire-based racer, pioneer of racing in Mark III and Mark IV, Mazda MX-5s in the UK. Joel Daniels under fire. Here comes Birch. She gets up the inside down the Cooper Straights. Civic will move ahead into P6. Lee Bull's Clio behind them. David Clark coming under fire now from Gareth Porter. Now, he said this Renault 5 Turbo is quick but fragile. I hope he's not got a problem. He's dropped away very quickly there. Porter's come through into second place. I'm worrying if that Renault is losing turbo boost, because Marshall Groves in the Vectra's catching him as well now. Rodison from Gareth Porter has recovered from his poor start. Yep, Groves goes through. Vauxhall Vectra Challenge, we used to see the likes of Mark Blair, who won a drive in the independence class of the BTCC after winning the Vectra Challenge one year. Flavio Figueiredo, the Brazilian, was another leading runner. He got one BTCC drive, replacing the injured John Cleland. Oh, and the Vectra, number 86. No, number 86 is David Clark, my apologies. The Vectra's 186. David Clark has got a 10-second penalty for a false start. He was creeping at the start. So David Clark gets a penalty for jumping the start. He'll have 10 seconds added to his race time in the Renault 5. Peugeot 206 is further back. Who's leading them at the moment? That's TF. It's CJ Morgan, number 59, leading the 206 Cup. So many different classes, it's tricky to bring you the leaders of all of them. Meanwhile, Gareth Porter has taken the overall lead of the race in the Peugeot 205. It's taken Paul Rodison. Porter's leading Class TA, Rodison Class DH. Groves is in Class Brit, the track action British car class. Clark's leading Class TG. Charlotte Birch Class NA, that's Nippon Challenge Class A for Japanese cars. Class NI is being led by David Thomas's Toyota MR2. Charlie Constable there rejoining after his off earlier on. Gets past the number 52 Honda Civic there. Running a bit further, the number 92 I should say, Honda Civic of Adam Parker. Trying to keep up with all the class leaders here. Class TC is Dave Beecroft. David Clark has pulled into the pits incidentally in the Renault 5. I thought he had a problem. Yeah, there he is in pit lane. Here's the battle of the Peugeot 206s. They're catching Dave Beecroft in the Saxo. That's an ex-junior saloon car, Saxo, isn't it? The number 3, one of the RX competition cars. Here's CJ Morgan. He leads the 206 category, and he's got Andrew Mitchell. He used to race the 205 in second place in the 206 GTI Cup. Peugeot 206 in motorsport, more famous as a rally car, of course. Marcus Gronholm taking one to the World Rally Championship title. Richard Burns works driver for Peugeot as well. CJ Morgan defending from Andrew Mitchell, and another 206 coming up behind them there. It's the number 25 of Matt Anderson. Marshall Groves in the Vectra under fire from Tom Franklin's Renault 5 Turbo. This is the battle for third place overall. Plenty of entertainment then from Track Action. The name promises action, and they've certainly delivered. Charlotte Birch on her own in the Honda in 5th position. It's Lee Bull and Joel Daniels in the Clios. And here's the fight for the lead. Paul Rodison's retaken the lead from Gareth Porter. These two having a fine scrap. Here comes the 205 around the outside. The speed of that Peugeot. Beautifully done round the outside down the Sir Jack Brabham straights. They've got back markers ahead though. Gareth Porter's been racing this Peugeot for many, many years now. He's racing the old modified production saloon series back in the 90s. Paul Rodison. Seems unfamiliar seeing him in anything other than a Mazda MX-5. We've got one MX-5 out there, Alexandre Quachti, at the back of the field, the Frenchman. Rodison will try and hunt down our race leader. They're lapping 206s. David Clark has rejoined the race, I can tell you, further back. Number 34 there, that's Stephen Fuller, the yellow Peugeot. And Paul Rodison went very wide there, nearly into the gravel through clearways. Bit of a mistake there, lapping the 206. There's been a change in the lead of the 206 class because Andrew Mitchell has taken over. 25 of Matt Anderson third behind CJ Morgan. Behind Anderson, I think that's Jacob Baldry, the number 33, the black and turquoise car. There's 42, that's Paul Rice coming under fire from Adam Parker's Honda Civic. Civic gets through, the car of Paul Rice going wide there through Surtees. Paul Rodison still chasing Gareth Porter, that 206. So quick in a straight line. I certainly agree with, there's a bit of a sort out between a couple of the 206s there as the leaders lap Alexander Quashta's MX-5. I certainly agree with Caitlin Penny's comment there. Run what you brung style club races. Every car has so much character, and when you're trackside you really get to know them during the race. That's my sentiments exactly, Caitlin. Gareth Porter continues to set the pace, coming up to lap one of the Peugeots. One of the 206s, that is. It's the number 520 car. It's Noah Checkley from Birmingham. I want to spin there. Who's that that's gone off? I think that's Tom Frankland on the edge of the gravel at paddock. It's getting going again. The Renault 5 Turbo. Yes, it was, but he's rejoined. So the order is Porter, Rodison, Groves. That moment has put Charlotte Birch up into 4th place. And P5, I think it's now Lee Bull in the Renault Clio, possibly after that moment for Frankland. 1.28 seconds in it between the leaders, with 5.5 minutes of the race to go. Here's the leading 206s. This is the battle for third in the 206s. Paul Rice chasing Jacob Baldry. Still leading Class TF. It is the 25 of Andrew Mitchell. He's raced in the Tricolore Trophy for French cars in his 205 in the past. Now Tony Hunter was one of the top names in Tricolore Trophy with his Renault Clio for many years. Gerard Merriman in his Martini liveried Citroën Saxo had a lot of class wins as well. In the Nippon Challenge, we used to get all sorts of big modified Japanese cars. James Janicki's Nissan Skyline, Adam Lockwood's Nissan Silvia, or 200SX, one of the two. Bright green car that was. Plenty of MR2s. Indeed, Track Attack Race Club, as it used to be known before the change to Track Action, used to run a series just for Mark 1 MR2s. Gareth Porter finds a gap there, takes 4 cars in one move as he laps the back markers. Paul Rodison's got to negotiate this little phalanx of 206s now. Which side's he going to go? He'll find his way through. Very experienced is Paul Rodison. Here's Lee Bull slicing his way through the 206s as well, from the man from Derby. It's past the 34, that's Steve Fuller. Joel Daniels got to get through this slot, the young gun in his Clio as well. It's under 4 minutes of this race to go. Now the leading 206 is being lapped by the 205. That's your predecessor lapping you, that car. I think Andrew Mitchell. Dave Beecroft a lap down as well now in the Saxo. That's everybody up to 11th place has been lapped by the flying Gareth Porter, who leads by over 2 seconds now. Paul Rodison having been delayed lapping the back markers. There's the Scirocco. Where's the other one? Charlie Constable. He's back up to 8th now after his tangle on the first lap with Rob Buckland. Buckland retired his car into the pits. David Clark was our other pit visitor. He's now a lap down. There's Marshall Groves in the Vectra, much the largest car out there. It's most famous as a British touring car, the Vauxhall Vectra, over the years in the Super Touring days. Charlotte Birch in her Civic. She's still in 4th place, safely clear of Lee Bull. Trying to chase down the Vectra. We'll see what the lap times are as they cross the line this time. Yes, Birch closed by half a second on that last lap. She's only 2 seconds back off the Vectra, so it could be close for 3rd place here. And there's the 206 of David Scotting from Warrington in Cheshire. He's currently in 18th place. Charlotte Birch comes up to lap another couple of 206s. Paul Rice and Jacob Baldry. They're battling for 3rd in class. I'll take you through all the class winners. In fact, the top 4 overall are all leading their classes. You can see on the timing tower. 2 minutes to go. Rice holding off Jacob Baldry in the number 33 Peugeot. See the orange heart stickers on most of these cars. That's the driver's way of saying thank you to our marshals. The orange family. Those stickers first appeared after the very sad loss a couple of years ago of Marshal Robert Foote here at Brands Hatch. He so tragically lost his life. Marshall Groves lapping CJ Morgan. Now CJ's family are watching on. They'll be cheering him on as he tries to take the Peugeot 206 Cup victory. Blue flags waving to the back markers, let them know the faster cars are coming through. Charlotte Birch laps the number 25. The number 95 rather of Andrew Mitchell. 25 is Matt Anderson, a little bit further back. It's Morgan from Anderson. Andrew Mitchell is actually showing as being in class TA, not class TF, so maybe a change of class there. I thought he was fighting for the lead. He's down as TF on the entry list, but he must have changed class. A few seconds left then, and this may well be checkered flag this time for Gareth Porter. We haven't forgotten about the 205. Will it be checkered flag this time, or will we get one more lap? It's a matter of seconds. Here comes Gareth Porter. Made a poor start, but has recovered very nicely indeed. He will go through to start his last lap. The clock went to 0 just as he crossed the line. He's battled with Paul Rodison all race long there, well clear of Marshall Groves in the Vectra. Charlotte Birch in 4th place, but they're all provisionally going to win their classes. Beautifully turned out the Peugeot 205. The 206 class, there's about 4 seconds between Morgan and Anderson now, so it looks like CJ Morgan's going to take the win there. Well, certainly entertainment from the Track Action Racing Club. The Saloon Series will be back out for another race later on. Well, he may have dropped well back off the start line. It didn't take him long to recover. And here comes Gareth Porter in the Peugeot 205. To take our first win of the day in the Track Action Saloons. Paul Rodison second in the Scirocco, just under 2 seconds between them at the line. And they're well clear of Marshall Groves, who's going to win the British car class in his Vectra. He crosses the line just ahead of Charlotte Birch. They're only 0.2 of a second in it. Birch nearly caught the Vectra. Next through it should be Tom Franklin rather. There he is in the Renault 5 Turbo. The Bull will take 6th place provisionally in the silver Clio. Yes, there he is ahead of Joel Daniels. Charlie Constable, after a tangle on the first lap, making it back through for 8th place. And the only other car on the lead lap, the yellow Honda Civic of Lee Rickard. There he is. The Peugeot 206 Cup. It's thought of as a separate division. CJ Morgan taking the win there in 14th overall. Confirm the full results in a second. Very grey clouds over Brands Hatch at the moment, has to be said. So Gareth Porter the winner by just under 2 seconds ahead of Paul Rodison. Porter taking the class win. Rodison, Groves and Birch all win their classes. Then it was Franklin, Bull, Daniels, Constable and Rickard. David Thomas in the Toyota MR2. We didn't see much of him, but he took a class win in 10th, as did Dave Beecroft in 11th in his Saxo. CJ Morgan in 14th, taking the Peugeot 206 Cup class win. Further back, Alexander Quashte won his class in the Nippon Challenge division in his Mazda MX-5 as well. And David Clark won his class despite finishing a couple of laps down after problems with his Renault. Just one non-finisher, Robert Buckland in his Clio. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ian Waterhouse.
Oh, do you know what, buddy? There's something about a Peugeot 205 going toe-to-toe with Scirocco, isn't it? Gareth Porter started on pole, did get the win as well. I wonder if I can just open his door and get him out of the car. Look, a roasty, toasty car, but what a fantastic race. By the way, that battle for third overall, my word, went onto the line as well. Gareth, this is some machine, isn't it? My word.
It's a beast, it really is, yeah.
Now, you managed to you're going toe-to-toe with Paul all race, of course, and then it looked like back markers might have just helped you a little bit, just get a bit of breathing space.
I was just a little bit more aggressive, I think, and a little bit more lucky where I met the back markers. So it's a bit of luck, but a bit of being aggressive. Yeah.
And skill. Come on.
Thank you. Thank you.
You just got to do it all again later today.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Let's move down. I'm not too sure if. Here is Paul. Let's have a quick chat with Paul if we can. Paul, you're going toe to toe with Gareth the whole race, and it did look a little bit like back markers might have played a part.
Yeah, there's a few things really. This is the first time I've ever raced this car, so getting used to the car, but it went very well. But he's got such straight line speed, and I knew I'd get him off the line. He had openly admitted that he was a bit steady off the line, and I just got to run while I could. I knew he'd come at some point, and then it's a case of you try and make your car wide, but there's a limit for what you can do, and then the back markers, they're either going to work for you or against you, aren't they? And you know, they didn't work for me, so.
Yeah. I just want to thank you both actually, because the 205 and Scirocco going toe to toe, it's a visual treat, isn't it?
Yeah, I had one of the lunge at him up here on the last corner. I just got on the inside of him, but then he just out-dragged me down the straight. So yeah, we'll see what next race brings.
Oh, there we go, fighting talk indeed. I just want to find out where our third place car is, of course, the Vectra. I believe we spoke earlier. Just stay with us if we can and have a little walk over. And it was a great race. I want to find Charlotte as well if I could, but I'm not too sure where she has gone. Where is Charlotte? Where has she gone? Oh, she's up. I think she might be up here. Come with me, everybody. Come with me. Let's grab her very quickly because she's right here. Charlotte. Quick word if we can, because fourth overall, of course, but my word, over the line there was almost nothing between you and the Vectra,
yeah,
was it?
Well, I had like a pretty crappy start. It was wheel spinning off the start, and then there was a bit of drama around here on the first lap coming out of clearways, and I just thought I don't want to total the car, so let's just like back out a little bit. Yeah, then I got sort of everyone just came through. I did think that P3 was a little bit too far away, and I could see I was gaining him a little bit, but I didn't think it would be enough. He went wide at clearways. I just got under him. I thought I had the run, but yeah, he just crept past me again.
Actually, we were lucky to get that extra lap in because Gareth just got over the line, like by 0.1 of a second, and that gave you the chance, didn't it, to have a run on the final lap?
I think one more lap probably would have had him. So we'll try again on the next one.
Well done. It was fascinating to watch. Thank you so much. Right, first race of the day for Track Action done. They have another one later as well. It is the lunch break here, but I believe we might be handing over to Pointy very soon, who's going to be taking us through the next race for the trucks. But we're going to have the grid walk before then. So Dave, over to you.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. It is now into the lunch break here at Brands Hatch. The next race is coming up at around 10 to 2 local time, the British Truck Racing Championship Race 4, but we will have the trucks out for a grid walk. We hope it doesn't start raining during that grid walk, because there's some very threatening clouds we can see over the Brands Hatch skyline. Coming up this afternoon, we've got the Junior Saloon cars, then our final Caterham race of the weekend, the Sigma 150s. Mini Challenge third race of the weekend, a final truck race, the Track Action Saloons are back out again, and the pickups round off the day. But I'm going to take a quick break now. We'll be handing over to Pointy soon, hopefully, for the grid walk for the trucks, and I'll be back with you to take you through the race a little bit later on.
Well, good afternoon. How the devil are we? I'm down here at the Bestest Bud on circuit this weekend. Ian. Oh, thanks, mate. Thanks. That's very nice of you to say so. Have you had a good weekend?
I've had a great time. I haven't seen a lot of you though because you've been busy doing all of this.
There's been a lot going on. There's been a lot going on. Yeah, huge support package this weekend, and of course a pretty clean sheet from the truck so far.
It's great. Well, there's this.
Yeah, no. When I say clean, I mean the racing was clean, not the trucks were clean.
Right, what's going to happen now? What are you going to do?
Well, we've got 2 races ahead of us, but of course this is the fan favourite grid walk, which has been made possible, of course, by those clean races I was just talking about. Always the excuse for no grid walkers, crashes earlier in the day. They've behaved themselves, so here they are. And if John, if you just want to spin round there and have a look into the distance, we can see the onslaught. Yeah, an absolute wave of people coming in from the paddock entrance now, and we've got half an hour, Ian. Half an hour to get to meet the punters, get to meet some drivers. Hi, buddy. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Hi there. Hello.
Well, with half an hour then, Pointer, what I might do, I might let you go, enjoy yourself, have a good time.
Okay.
I'm going to go get something to eat because I'm
have a sandwich.
I'm
literally. Okay, have a sandwich.
Have a good time.
Meet
enjoy
you back
this.
here.
This will be entertaining.
It will be entertaining for someone. I'll have a great time. I don't care about anybody else. Right then. Wow, they are really starting to come down now. Let's have a walk then, shall we, John boy, and see what we can find. I'm going to do my backwards. Very good for the quads walking backwards, just to let you know. Right then, Monkey, how are we? Whiny Pops Easton. So, reigning champion Division 2. We've got Paul Rivette at the very front here. Of course, we've got a reverse grid this afternoon, so these guys will be lined up with the grid for the start of the race, just after this grid walk, of course. Now, quick explanation about the reverse grid. It's the top 8 reversed. So we did the first races today, reverse of the first 8 yesterday, and then reversed grid this afternoon will be the first 8 of yesterday's second race. And then this afternoon will be a reverse grid of this morning. Sounds complicated, really isn't. Makes some great racing action, as you might have seen. Right, who have we got? Family, come on over. Hello, what's your name?
Maria.
Freddie. Phoebe. Sophia.
Oh, you've not got an F.
I'm Ben.
And Ben, neither of you. Great to meet you. Have you been here all weekend?
No, just today. Yeah, just today.
Is it a good day out? Was it worth coming?
Amazing day out. Yeah, the trucks are amazing. The monster trucks were great.
Oh, you love the monster trucks, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, I like your blue monster truck. Have you named it yet? No, what are you going to name it?
Slingshot.
Don't know.
You're going to name it Slingshot? Well, have a think about it. Let us know on the socials, at official BTRC. I'll let you guys enjoy the grid walk. Thanks for coming, guys. See you later. Fantastic family affair here, and that is the great thing about it. We love to get all the spectators involved, no matter what the age. I mean, it's under 13s go free anyway, which is just lovely to see so many people coming down on their bank holiday Monday to spend time with us here at Brands Hatch. It really is lovely. Let's go. Hi, you guys. You've been accosted now. What's your name?
Becky.
I'm Alan.
Alan and Becky. Have you been down for the weekend just today?
Yeah, been down all weekend. This is our first time truck racing.
First time, right. I'll speak nothing more to you now. Over here, how have you found it?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been fun.
Yeah. Will you be coming back?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I'll definitely bring her back. She's got the bug now.
But, well, this is it. I mean, at least you only have to buy tickets. When these drivers get the bug, it costs a lot of money.
100%, yeah, 100%.
So, you'll be at Pembury next, will you, maybe? Or?
Unfortunately, it's a bit far for us. Obviously, I live down this way in Kent, so it's a bit far for us to travel.
So did the M4, mate. I mean, look, if Steve Powell can make it, he lives down the 100 yards down the road.
That is very
That's
true.
for a lift.
No, I might do, I'll give him a shout in a minute, But
well, Alan, Becky, thanks for coming. Thanks for getting involved. And I hope to see you at some point in the year, okay? Take care, guys. Cheers very much. Right. Wow. John, I don't even know if you can even... You might have to get on my shoulders or something, maybe, to see what is going on. It's absolutely insane. Yeah, it's absolutely insane, the amount of people. I think it's probably one of the most successful grid walks we've had. And we've been blessed with good weather so far, although I've said it out loud now, which probably means we're going to have some rain for race 4 of the weekend. My gosh, look at, they're still coming. It's absolutely crazy. Right, let's find some more people to speak to. You, okay. No swearing, I can see it in your eyes. What's your name? Brilliant. Well, that went well, didn't it? You had your chance and you just failed. Of course, I could instantly just, just completely go somewhere else because I got... fantastic team here at the circuit that put these events on as the years go by, and they only get better. They've done a great job.
Grand job, fella.
A grand job. Any special words to the circuit management?
Oh, marvellous, absolutely marvellous circuit.
Marvellous. Well, I'm sure they'll hear. Thank you very much for coming along. Yes, we shan't embarrass the circuit team, but they are very good, and they put these events on. There's great events going on during the year as well. Of course, you can find all those either on the BARC website or the MSV website as well. We are literally getting bogged down, John, aren't we? I can't believe it. Hi mate, how are we doing? Circuit commentary, not to get confused, that is not the person you hear on the stream. Right, okay, let's just go. You've been kidnapped. Do you need help?
Yeah, I'm cable tied.
You've been cable tied, brilliant. Right, we've got evidence if anybody needs a copy of this. Oh, brilliant, excellent. Oh, hello. This is wonderful. Right. So, I'd like to introduce you. Easy now, falling from you already. Right, I'd like to introduce you to Mark. Mark actually handed out the trophies this afternoon for race 3 of the weekend. Now, Mark, you are from TMS. Now, TMS is this year's on-board camera company. You're sponsoring the championship, providing your wares and your expertise.
This is correct. What we're doing is assisting all the judicial system in all the video telematics. We're also providing all of the speed around the circuit, which we're supplying on a 1 second data.
Wow, that's incredible. So, I mean, you've got like onboard hard drives, which is capturing not 2 but 3 cameras. We've got driver, rear and forward facing now.
That's correct.
And of course it gives the opportunity to the guys in the tower to be able to see everything that's going on circuit, doesn't it?
Literally everything you can see. We have the live views and we can download it and hopefully put it on the socials as well.
Now, obviously TMS, not just around truck racing, what else are you involved in your day-to-day?
We've got 2 sides to the company. We've got Carbonology that does all of the installations for your dash cameras, your DVS, your work lights, strobes, and then we've got the TMS, which supplies all of your live telemetrics, video.
He noticed mid-walk. He just noticed. Went, oh no, I'm on camera.
Yeah, I did.
So yeah, like kicking and all that. Oh wow, so you guys are kind of responsible for all those amazing light bars and all of that. Yeah, I mean the light commercial game must be pretty big for you guys then.
We're fairly new into some of the light commercial stuff, but we've actually been producing our own work lights for about seven years now. The Carbonology's been installing for 28 years.
Wow, that's amazing. So Carbonology, you heard it here first. Give a wave to everybody. Hi. Well, look, Mark, thank you very much for being involved in the sport this year. Thank you for your support.
Pleasure.
And I'm sure we'll hopefully maybe get some kind of some onboard footage at some point this year to have a look at.
Supplying some onboard footage, definitely.
To see what they see. Wouldn't that be interesting? Yes. Right, Mark, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Mark from TMS, there we go. Championship sponsor and the eyes in the sky. Yeah. They'll open a casino next year. Right, let's go round the outside. Coming through. Watch for the cameraman. Thank you very much. Here we go. We'll keep moving. We're on the grass. Won't break the camera when you fall if you fall over. Hi cameraman, another cameraman. Right, let's have a quick chat over here. Excuse me, can I borrow you a moment, please, sir?
Of course you can.
I'm going to guess your name's Ian.
How'd you get that?
I'm just skilled.
You're clever, aren't you?
I am. Yeah. Unfortunately, I know nothing else about you other than the fact you're a marshal.
Exactly. But what would you like to know?
I mean, that's about it, really. Thanks. Nice to meet you, Ian, the marshal. You're way too clean.
I know. Do you know why?
What's the backstory?
New overalls. My missus, it was my birthday last week, so my missus said, right, we need to get some new overalls. A little bit larger.
Maybe.
You know,
I wasn't going to comment.
Spread.
Yeah, I wasn't. I mean, you know, let's just say you can tell it's cold.
There's been a bit of investment
here,
over winter.
Winter storage, that's what that's called. Yeah, it'll keep you going till summertime.
I've got to roll around. I mean, when I see some diesel, I'm just going to have a little scrub. That's why I'm actually here. I'm going to actually get a little run around. You join me? If you see me on my back doing like
David Attenborough. There he is, our friend Ian, man on the ground, literally. So, just to the racing this weekend, obviously they've been behaving quite well, haven't they? I mean, you've probably been around truck racing a little bit before?
Yeah, a couple of years. It's only a couple of years. It's my second season. So, I did the last year's race. Obviously, it's nice to see the trucks in one piece. I'm used to seeing bits and pieces missing. So yesterday, to see them with all nice, sparking new stuff, this is how they should see them, right?
It's rare, right? It's rare.
By the end of the season, it's just a dogfight. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be back here again in November, won't we? And that's where it all starts to get a bit close for calling. And a lot more slap and ticklers, I like to say.
A bit more gentlemanly, though.
Yeah,
everyone's
less gentlemanly. Yeah.
I mean, we just hope that we don't have any more wet stuff coming down. Hopefully not, because then
I mean, the clouds are rolling over. That's the problem. They have been very. Look, if it's been dry up until now, I think we've all had a great weekend so far. And the rain may come. It may be cold, but at least we've enjoyed this grid. We've enjoyed the weather. It's been a decent bank holiday weekend, hasn't it?
It has, and it's great to see this crowd out as well. I mean,
Phenomenal.
if you love your trucks, it's a great weekend to come and see. So
and there are quite a lot to. Well, look, Ian, thank you very much.
Right, nice to meet you.
See less of you next time. Yes.
I might have a new one.
Yeah, bigger one.
Cheers,
take a quick image of this to make sure, just in case if he gets a different one, then we'll know he's changed where the stickers are, won't we? Are you well? Good to see you. Right, let's have a wonder. Are you still with me, John? You're doing very well, I must admit. You're keeping up wonderfully. Hi, team. Hi, team. Hi. Right. Hello. You all right? Hello. Oh, you look high up. What's your name, young man? William. Hello, William. Right. Are you here to see the trucks?
Yeah.
And which one is your favourite? You can point to it or tell me what colour it is.
The green one.
The green one? Which green one? The green one at the back, the black and green one?
Yeah.
Or is it the green one with the big bonnet, the big nose on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it might be. So Ryan Smith then, is that who you're talking about? Yeah. Have you had a great time today, William?
Yeah.
Yeah, he likes you. Do you like the word yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what's your name, sir?
Dave.
Dad, I assume.
Dad, yes,
Hope.
that's right. Yeah, that's right.
It's like otherwise, put him down. What's brought you down here today?
It's the second time. We came last year and we loved it.
Oh.
So we come back.
That's what we like to hear.
Become a tradition.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, I love that. And is this the better half?
Emma and Lana.
Hello, Lana. Hello, Emma.
Hello, you okay?
Have you been dragged along or come willingly?
No, I came willingly. I saw it was in the diary. Yeah, booked the ticket.
Family diary, that's a thing, isn't it? You've got a diary, she's got a diary, but then you've got a diary. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more just that goes into my diary.
Yeah. And then we sometimes read it
to have a diary
and get told off if we miss something that's been in there for like 3 months, and you're like, I missed that bit. Yeah. Well, look, thanks for coming. Thanks for coming back, and we'll hope to see you again some point in the future, right?
That's brilliant.
William, watch out for that green one, mate. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Right then. Oh my gosh. Oops, sorry. I tell you, this is like an assault course of people. Absolutely incredible. We've got Michael Oliver over here to your left. Fantastic start to his season. 2 trophies on a Saturday. Never been heard from him before, which is really, really good news. Ryan Smith, of course, just missing out on that first place in the last race this morning. There was a bit of a contest about it, but they still decided to fall in with Steve Powell. We did interview Steve Powell in the pit lane as well. Hi, you're right. Hi. They think I'm waving at them, bless. That's nice, yeah. So, why are you here? Unchaperoned, what's going on?
We're here to support Ryan.
Fantastic. Okay, you from near there, or you just know him, or?
Around here, yeah, we know him.
Oh, you know him, right, okay then. The what, sorry?
We brought Baby Joe with us, but he's asleep.
All tuckered out. That is the sign of fresh air and entertainment. You won't get them to fall asleep unless they're like, okay, I've had a good day, I'll go now.
Yeah.
Am I right? I'm right. Right, well, it's been wonderful talking to you.
Yes, thank you.
You should turn him round a bit, get a picture of him parked up in that little starting grid there. Just make sure the brakes are on. We are on a bit of a slope here. You don't realise actually how much of a slope this grid is on. I mean, you can't really see it, but I'd say we're at about 10 degrees off level. It's crazy. I mean, they're coming round here at 100 miles an hour, full speed out of that grid straight bend. Hello, what's your name?
Joseph. Lotta.
Wim, Lotta and Joseph. Cool. Lotta, that's an interesting name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you like it?
Yeah.
Works out well for you, I take it, yeah?
Yeah.
And what's your favourite truck? Point it out, that one. Steve Powell, brilliant. I like that one. He'll be happy to hear that. You got Steve Powell's autograph. Look, show the camera, look. Steve Powell's autograph. And which one's your favourite?
Probably the same one.
Well, we're doing very well for the number 3 Steve Powell, aren't we? And yourself, sir?
That one.
That one is Michael Oliver. He will be pleased. And what about you?
Steve Powell.
Steve Powell, see, he didn't need a picture. He just knew. That's it. Oh, mega fan. Young lady at the back.
Steve Powell.
I think Steve Powell's won it in this group. Let's hear some noise to Steve Powell. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go! Way! Excellent, excellent. Right, we got some more spectators over. Thanks, guys. What have we got over here? Let's have a look. Slip the clutch. Oh yes, love it. It's your birthday. You're 6.
7.
7? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it is a 7. It is a 7. Right then, birthday boy. What's your name?
Ralph.
Hi Ralph. Right, go on then. Enlighten us. Which is your favourite out of the pack?
One.
Oh, Stuart Oliver. We won't tell Michael. You know they're brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just Stuart's had a hard life, bless him. Yeah. And what about yours?
I like that one.
You like Simon Cole's? Is it because it's pink? Yeah, I thought it might be. Are you having a great weekend, guys? Yeah. Oh, good. We just got to double check. Sometimes I need some prompting. Do you know what I mean? It's okay. Right. Thanks for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your day. Well, we can see that the ocean is starting to move in a certain direction now, isn't it? Yeah. Everybody a wave. You can stream this back on Bark Live later on. Just search Bark Live on YouTube and you can screen record it to your heart's content. Don't screen record, it's illegal. Right then, wow, what's the time now? We've just got a few minutes left now of the grid walk. We can see security and the marshals making their way down the grid, clearing out the spectators, because of course we'll be going racing very, very shortly. Have we got any drivers about? I mean, let's see if we can just, come through here. We'll wiggle over a little bit. What's that? There we go. There we go. Coming through. Where's John?
That front there.
Here he is. Hi. Islands. All right, Graham. All good. Now this is John Bowler's mum. I know it's uncanny. Doesn't look old enough, does she? But yeah, let's talk about stress levels first of all.
Stress levels are good.
Yeah, your stress levels. You've been coming racing with John for quite some time.
I have, certainly.
And how do you deal with it? How do you cope?
I don't really know.
You just don't care whether he crashes.
No, I do.
Not bothered.
I just like him up there at the front, you know.
Yeah, at the front. Well, that's it. And he's been doing very well this week.
He's been doing good, very pleased.
Extremely
Truck's
well.
Going well.
Very well. And I think have we got the man himself?
Yes, John.
John, come on over.
Do you want a signature point? Yeah.
No, thank you. Yeah, sign my left boob. There we go. Papa Lazarus. So, John, I wanted to speak to you earlier on today before the first race.
Yeah.
Brilliant start, obviously, cracking position, and you really held on to that for quite some time, didn't you? I mean, you've really found that groove this weekend.
That's it, yeah. I'm not sure if it was in the curry we had last night, but we'll work around that.
Some rocket fuel got slipped into the Madras.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So obviously reverse grid again today. This next race. You're what? 1, 2, 3, 5th position.
Yeah.
But we saw some serious change in positions before the first corner in the first race this afternoon.
Yeah, so we did see some good positions. We had a good. The truck's running really well. We were unsure how it was going to perform. It seems to be performing well. I think it's just a bit of fine tuning with myself and get myself on song for the next race.
That's fantastic. Well, it appears the marshals might have to have something to say. Can you hear something? I can't. I think they might want us to leave. So that's it for that. John Bowler, good luck. Well done. Fantastic effort. Let's see another great result for him. And we are literally being ushered off the grid now, ready for the start of the race. However, I have bad news. Possibly good news for some of the drivers. It is starting to rain a little bit. It's only spitting, just a little bit. But it's probably going to get heavier. So this could be the race of the weekend that we all see. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll hand back over to you in the studio. Thank you for joining us on the grid walk, and it's been emotional.
Fantastic stuff from Pointy as ever there. Welcome back after that lunch break and grid walk. And the marshals just clearing the grid down there. Great to see so many fans down there. Getting up close and personal with some of the officials down there as well. Good to see. As we get ready to resume racing here on BARC TV here at Brands Hatch on this Easter Monday. British Truck Racing Championship race 4 up next. That's followed by the Junior Saloon Cars for their second race, with Harry Smith going for his second win of the weekend. Final Caterham race is next, the Sigma 150s, their second race of the day. The Mini Challenge have their third race of the weekend, then the final truck race, the Track Action Saloons, and finally the pickups to close out this very, very busy weekend here on BARC TV. Plenty of action coming up throughout the year. Myself and Adam Weller will be taking you through the action this year. Interesting to note that pace truck we've got in position. It's from Lenham Storage, owned by Andrew Fulcher, who used to race in the championship. And that, as you may have heard, is an electric lorry. I've never seen an electric tractor unit before. Zero emission. Could that be the future of truck racing? You may also have noticed that our pole sitter, unfortunately, is missing. It should have been David Smith, the number 11, but he hasn't been able to repair after his problems this morning. Looking at the grid, we have Paul Rivette, the Division 2 truck, and I've also noticed that Tom O'Rourke has gone back into the pit lane, so I hope we're not losing another truck. Hopefully Tom will be able to take the start of this next race. Another 15 minutes coming up. This grid based on the result of race 2 from yesterday with the top 8 reversed. And as you may be able to hear in the background now, there is some rain coming down. Said those clouds look threatening, but it is starting to rain, unfortunately, here at Brands Hatch. It's the UK in March. Of course it was going to rain at some point. I work in speedway commentary. I know all about rain-offs. Nothing worse than driving for hours to get to a meeting that's being rained off just before the start when it's been dry all day and the heavens open half an hour before the start. Oh yes, that happened on Friday at Redcar. Really feel for the Redcar promotion on Friday. It's four-wheeled action that we concentrate on here. Behind Paul Rivette we've got Stephen Powell, plenty of his fans here as we heard on the grid walk, and Stuart Oliver. And John Bowler and Michael Oliver on row 3. Fourth row is Jenkins and Smith. Ryan Smith had his winning run ended earlier on. Bit of confusion at the end of race number 3. He did get ahead of David Jenkins, but just too late. Tom O'Rourke and John Powell should be at the back, and we've got Simon Cole and Neil Yates completing the grid just ahead of them. Tom O'Rourke in the pit lane. You can see the rain is coming down quite considerably. If you look on the left of your screen where the course car is parked, you can see how much rain has already fallen. It's going to be slippery in this next race. Trucks and rain, bring it on, says Stuart Evans. Hannah Fulcher says April showers. Yeah, well, it is the 1st of April today. No April Fool's jokes here. Yes, it is raining. The microphone isn't broken, as somebody said. Dan Bartlett, yeah, you're right. Wouldn't be a bank holiday Monday without a downpour of some description. I remember being at a short oval meeting one Easter Monday that was early in the year, and it snowed once. It was at Hensford. Yes, Maccas, I did get to Donington on Saturday. They spotted me in the grandstand there. It's Adam Weller on our coverage from there. But you've enjoyed the action so far this weekend. 4 days of racing on BARC TV. Plenty more to come throughout the season. Hi to Lee Harris, tuning in from the USA. A few watchers from America this weekend, and one or two from New Zealand as well. Going international here on VARC TV. Hi to Cole, who's watching from down in Swansea. And Macca says, yes, Kurt Goranson would love this wet track. Well, there was only one way the great Kurt Goranson knew how to drive, and that was sideways. The great Swede who drove logging trucks on icy roads during the winter. That's where he got his driving style from. Okay, so let's confirm the grid then. David Smith should have been on pole, but he's not there, so Paul Rivett starts there alone on the front row. Second row, Stephen Powell and Stuart Oliver. Row 3, John Bowler and Michael Oliver. Fourth row, David Jenkins and Ryan Smith. Fifth row, Simon Cole and Neil Yates. And on row 6, we should be seeing Tom O'Rourke and John Powell, but Tom O'Rourke currently in the pit lane. As we get ready to slip and slide here at Brands Hatch. David Smith is making his way out. He's just coming down the Cooper Straight now. So that's good. David Smith, our pole sitter, has made it out just in time. He missed the grid walk, but he is going to make it onto track. Broken half shaft in the MAN. Just before the start of the race this morning. Now, is he going to be allowed to come through and take his grid position, or is he going to have to start at the back? Thanks again to all the partner sponsors of the British Truck Racing Championship. TRP Parts, Truck and Trailer Parts, Lubricants and Consumables, GT Tyres, Dines Motor Group, Accident Recovery and Repairs, MV Commercial, Total Care Vehicle Lifts, Sylvie Fleet Management and Fuel Cards, BWOC Bulk Fuel Supplier, Transport Monitoring Solutions, Truck and Driver Magazine and Freyhouse Trailers, all partners of the British Truck Racing Championship this year. Interesting comment from This Is Cool Games. This looks more exciting than the NASCAR race in the wet last night. That's not an April Fool. NASCAR actually raced on an oval in the wet on grooved tyres for I think the first time ever. Let's see how the trucks get on in these wet conditions. Got viewers from Australia and Canada on here as well now. They've all heard it's raining and this is going to be even more fun. Thanks for joining us today on VARC TV. The hooter sounds in pit lane, so it looks like we're ready to go. That's the signal that the pace truck, the electric pace truck, is about to move off. 30-second board from the marshals on the gantry. Race number 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Looks like David Smith has taken position at the back of the grid. Hopefully Tom O'Rourke can start from the pit lane in the number 86, the International Navistar. Here we go then, they roll away. Paul Rivett on the front row, the dominator of Division 2. Ryan Smith going for win number 3 in Division 1 of the weekend. Tom O'Rourke is going to join from the pit lane, that's good. We've got the full complement of trucks out there then. That marshal's braver than me in pit lane, standing in front of Tom O'Rourke's truck there. As he joins the back of the grid, I thought he was going to be stopped from joining and he'd have to start from in the pit lane, but he has been allowed out onto the grid. As the electric pace truck from Lenham's leads them round. It's become very wet very quickly. The circuit here at Brands Hatch. Stephen Powell going for win number 2. Bit of bodywork missing from the front bumper of the Pink Panther there of Simon Cole. There is Tom O'Rourke. Just getting to know his new truck this weekend. He's had a couple of moments. Shout out to Pure Track Racing, who are here spectating today. Consider it done, thank you. So how long is it going to take Flying Ryan Smith to come through to the front? Division 2 truck of Paul Rivette leads them round. Stephen Powell will probably get a free run down the inside here to try and take the lead. Or is David Smith, he's making his way through, look. David Smith is going to take pole position, he's weaved his way through the grid. And we are going to have the correct grid order out there. Tom O'Rourke on the back row. So here we go then with race number 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. They're going to get an extra lap behind the pace truck because of the changing conditions, I think. Yes, that's allowed David Smith to take pole, so they're going to get an extra green flag lap just to acclimatise to the conditions. It's the first time they've run in the wets this weekend, indeed this season. Ryan Smith weaving to keep those GT tyres warm. This run into Paddock Hill Bend in these conditions is not going to be for the faint of heart, certainly. Let's just hope everyone makes it round on this first lap. You saw Paul Rivette, the Division 2 truck, was rather swallowed up by the Division 1 runners at the start of the race this morning. So my advice to him will be to stay out wide and just let them come through. He knows he's well ahead of his Division 2 rivals. There's John Powell at the back of the field in the DAF. David Smith and Paul Rivette lead them round then. Looks like we are going to go green this time. First electric truck I've ever seen leading this field round. Keeping it steady at the moment, waiting for the pace truck to pull into pit lane. They won't start racing until the red lights go out. David Smith, Paul Rivette, Stephen Powell, Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith coming through once again from 8th on the grid. Pace truck now into pit lane. This is going to be certainly not for the faint of heart, as we said, as they charge down towards paddock for the first time. Coming up towards the red lights, race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Lights go out, here we go, and Stephen Powell giving David Smith a bit of a push there as we get underway. Down towards the first corner, Paul Rivette's held his advantage up on the outside there this time as well, was slow away earlier. Decent start from the back by John Powell as well. He's made up about 5 places. He could get ahead of Ryan Smith here. Paul Rivette's got the lead. We've got a Division 2 truck in the lead. Stephen Powell loses half his front bumper as they head up towards Druids. Amazingly, they've all got round paddock bend in one piece. John Powell got an absolute flyer there from the back. He's right up there in the midfield. It's Paul Rivette who leads from David Smith, Stephen Powell, Stuart Oliver having a look down the inside. He clips the back of Stephen Powell. John Bowler is up alongside him. Bowler gets forced out wide onto Cooper Straight, but it's Paul Rivette in the lead. We thought he was going to drop back, but in the wet, this is proving a great leveller, and we've got a Division 2 truck in the lead. David Smith goes wide at Surtees, so does John Bowler. Powell in third, then it's Stuart Oliver. Missing that bodywork, Stephen Powell, because he clipped the back of David Smith off the line. Michael Oliver now runs out wide. But they're all being very careful, very sensible in these conditions. And they're all going to make it round at the first lap in one piece. Rivette, he's clearing off into the lead. Look at this. Side by side for fourth position between John Bowler and Michael Oliver, for fifth place, I should say. Ryan Smith in behind them. Then it's John Powell, who's got an absolute flyer of a first lap. Behind him, David Jenkins, who's got the opposites. He's dropped back. Then O'Rourke, Yates and Cole round out the field. Stephen Powell up the inside. David Smith got out of shape there coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. He loses 2 places, could be 3 because John Bowler's going to try and go through as well. Stephen Powell up into second place. Third, it is Stuart Oliver. David Smith will try and hold the inside line, but John Bowler just powers ahead of him down the hill into Graham Hill Bend. Ryan Smith trying to go around the outside as well. It is really wet here. Ryan Smith sideways on the curb. He tries to get past John Powell and Michael Oliver. Look at the spray they're throwing up. They can hardly see where they're going. And Ryan Smith is boxed in there behind his namesake. He's on the grass, so's Michael Oliver. Off goes Ryan Smith. In fact, is he pulling up there? Or can he just not get any grip on the grass? Has he got a problem there, Ryan Smith? Yeah, he's coming to a halt. Or is he? He might just not be able to get any grip on the grass to keep going. Is that Ryan Smith's race over? He always seems to have problems, Ryan Smith, in the 4th race of every weekend for some reason. Yeah, he just can't get up the incline there. Look, it's just too slippery for him. Which way now, Ryan? So your leader is Paul Rivette from Stephen Powell. Then it's Oliver, Bowler. Michael Oliver is 5th. David Jenkins coming through into 6th place after a bit of a slow start. He's got ahead of John Powell and David Smith. Well, Ryan Smith could well be out of the race if he can't get off the grass there. Whether that's just because he's beached there or because he's had a problem. He did seem to slow coming out of this. He's still trying to back off the grass. Where is he going? I've no idea even where Ryan Smith's going to rejoin at this point. Here come the leaders. Now where's Ryan got to? There he is, facing the wrong way on the inside of Clearways. That is bizarre. He's had to reverse all the way across the grass because he can't get any forward motion. Unless he can only get reverse gear, of course. So it's Rivette from Stephen Powell. 3 laps completed, just under 2 seconds in it. Could we see a Division 2 truck win overall? It's certainly a possibility with the way Paul Rivette's going in the MAN. MAN's 1 and 2. The Volvo of Stuart Oliver in 3rd place. And Ryan Smith, he's got the truck off the grass. He's got the Daimler running again. But he's at least a lap behind. When was the last time we saw Ryan Smith a lap down? Tom O'Rourke has pulled into the pits. Looks like he's out of it. His problems just before the start have returned. John Powell's running well in 7th position overall now. Paul Rivette is slowly being reeled in, I think, by Stephen Powell. Stuart Oliver closing on the MAN. Then in 4th place it's John Bowler. Michael Oliver 5th. David Jenkins in 6th. Paul Rivette, you can see him fighting to stop the back end of the truck coming round on him almost there through Clearways. That's how slippery it is out there. There's Tom O'Rourke in the pit lane. The lead gap now is 1.4 seconds. New fastest lap of the race for Stephen Powell in 2nd with a 1:09.682. So they're lapping about 10 seconds slower than they were earlier on. Don't get out onto those painted curbs, Paul Rivette. That'll send you spinning. We've seen touring cars do that there many times. Remember in the early 2000s, Matt Jackson got the back wheel of his BMW onto that curb and went spinning and caused a pile-up in the BTCC involving about 3/4 of the field. Stuart Oliver still chasing on in 3rd, the 10 times champion. John Bowler going well in 4th, the rain proving a great leveller here. Now Ryan Smith is still going, but a lap behind. Always seems to be the 4th race of the weekend where he hits some kind of misfortune. Here's Simon Cole chasing down Neil Yates. This is the battle for 9th position. Simon Cole 3rd in Division 2 in the Pink Panther. Yates, his first full season. Oh, and Stephen Powell and Stuart Oliver both run wide onto the dirt coming out of Paddock Hill Bend, still allowing John Bowler a chance to attack for a podium. I don't know if there was any contact just before there, if they just slid out wide. It's very easy to do there, whatever you're driving. Look at the standing water coming down into Graham Hill Bend. John Bowler's found it, he runs wide. This is just treacherous. While all that's going on, Paul Rivette's been able to pull away. This will be for the first time since the classes went back to combined races a few years ago that Paul Rivette, that's a Division 2 truck in the shape of Paul Rivette, has taken an overall win if Paul Rivette can stay in front. Stephen Powell will want to try and go after him here. Over the line they go. The gap was just under 2 seconds. It's now just over 4 seconds. Shows how much Stephen Powell and Stuart Oliver were delayed there. Here's what happened. They ran out, yeah, they just both ran out wide independently of each other. Lost about 3 seconds there. And Michael Oliver went wide as well. Shows you how treacherous it is at Paddock Hill Bend. Let's hope nobody... And David Smith going wide over the gravel as well. They need to keep off those curbs on the outside. Look at the way John Powell is going in the number 6. He's catching David Jenkins for 7th place. The 6th place, I should say. In fact, on the previous lap, he briefly got ahead of the MAN. Neil Yates has pulled into the pits, I can tell you. So another truck in trouble. Still got just over 6.5 minutes of this race to go, so we're just past halfway. John Bowler's had a problem somewhere as well, because he's dropped back behind David Jenkins as well. Try and fight his way back. This is a repeat of race 3 earlier on. These two were fighting it out. As through into 2nd place goes Stuart Oliver. I wonder if Stephen Powell ran wide again there coming through Paddock, because he seems slow up the hill. And Stuart Oliver goes through into P2. Where's Paul Rivette? He's off in the distance. Stephen Powell looking rather second-hand, lost the front bodywork on the opening lap. Oh, who's that going straight on in the background? Going into the tyre wall, wallop straight in. That's John Bowler. He's gone straight on at Graham Hill Bend. Now we might see a full course yellow for that.
One last
unless John Bowler can extricate his truck from the tyre wall, but how damaged is the...
And you'll see this vidIQ login box. You can sign in through your Google account, your existing vidIQ account, or create a brand new account. To ensure the best experience from our tools, do make sure to allow the permissions vidIQ requires. As creators ourselves, we know how important your channel is. We don't sell your data to third parties, and we don't delete your
Oliver again.
Do make sure to subscribe
going
to
off
the vidIQ
on the run up Paddock Hill Bend. Stephen Powell says thanks very much, I'll take 2nd place back. Michael Oliver could get past his father for 3rd here. They're having trouble just keeping these trucks on the road now. There's David Jenkins in 5th, John Powell in 6th. 6th overall will be his best result for some time. And there's another one going off. Oh my goodness, that's Michael Oliver, and he almost goes straight into the back of John Bowler. They've got to stop this. It is getting too dangerous down there. That's 2 trucks gone off and one has hit the other. Yeah, red flag is coming out. No surprise there. Michael Oliver straight on at Graham Hill Bend, and he collected the truck of John Bowler, I think. Let's hope both those drivers are okay. Amazingly, Michael Oliver's driving off. But the race has been stopped. That will surely be result declared. It is too dangerous out there. I thought for a second we were seeing a replay of John Bowler going off there. Then I realised that it was another truck going in. Poor old Michael Oliver. Every time he races at Brands Hatch, he seems to get into some sort of accident. And he was very lucky not to blitz full bore into the back of John Bowler there. That was a very nasty one. What's been going on at Paddock Hill meantime? Stephen Powell's turn to run wide. So I don't know who's going to be classified second. The race will surely be declared. But this was the incident with John Bowler. He was trying to stay ahead of David Jenkins. Got wide onto the grass. No grip there. Straight on. Straight in. That is a scary incident. Then we'll see what happened to Michael Oliver. Yeah, exactly the same. No grip there. Straight ahead. Look out. And collects at the back of John Bowler. He was lucky not to T-bone that truck. That was a very scary incident indeed. Just clipping the back of it there, thankfully. He just had no control there at all. Thankfully, looks like both drivers are okay. Mike Oliver was able to drive away. But so when you see that back in replay there with Michael Oliver going straight on and straight towards another stranded truck, that was a frightening incident there. Thankfully, everyone's okay. So we await trackside recovery to appear then. We're just awaiting news, I suspect, as we were past 2/3 distance in that race, I suspect the result is going to be declared. There were 4.5 minutes left. And if so, for the first time since combined races were brought back into the championship, we have a Division 2 overall winner, provisionally. Paul Rivett, subject to confirmation, has won it. Okay, I think we can hand down to Pointy down at trackside to give us an update.
Well, the conditions have well and truly changed. I did say it was starting to rain when we left that grid walk earlier on, and as you can see, the race conditions deteriorated very, very quickly. The scrutineers and of course the clerk of the course have called a red flag. We've got a lot of steam coming out the front of Neil Yates over here, but of course behind that we can see the triumphant Paul Rivett starting in first place and essentially finishing in first place. We'll have to see the final order that comes down on TSL once we've decided what's going on. Team Napa very, very happy with the result. I'm not 100% sure whether we're allowed to speak to the drivers or not, but better to ask for forgiveness rather than permission. Paul, you must have seen some first overall, incredible performance.
Well, the wet is always a great leveller.
I mean, I can't believe how many incidents we had behind you during that race. Ryan Smith we lost halfway through as well, went off on the grass. Michael Oliver, John Bowler, even Stuart almost hit Michael at one point. It was action-packed.
It was so slippery out there, and it was getting more and more slippery towards the end, so good call from race control there. But this Napa Racing UK truck, she was flying, wasn't she? I might not have the power of the Division 1 boys, but when it's wet like that, all that power, you've got to be able to put it down still.
You certainly have, and there was serious consistency there as well. We could see with your times, we could see with your line. You weren't going anywhere, were you?
No, and that was everything I had. I was pushing the whole race, knowing that if they caught me, they'd be coming through, and I just needed to keep that gap. I'm guessing there was plenty of fighting going along behind to help me out. We're always going to need a bit of luck, and one of my goals this year, a silent goal, because I didn't want to say it, was to try and put it on the podium overall. Didn't expect we'd be winning a race in the first weekend.
Well, it's absolutely fantastic. I mean, incredible one. It's just a shame you're not in Division 1, isn't it? You got a big trophy then.
Well, hang on, surely I should get that one.
Yeah, maybe we should. We'll speak. I'll have a word. 2 bottles of champagne from the same race. I don't know. Right then, Paul Rivett, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, we are hurrying things along now because they have got some recovery work to do with John Bowler out on the track. Such a shame for John. Real disappointment that happened, but as you can see by the rest of the trucks out on the circuit for that race, it really could have been anyone that found that wrong wet patch, giggity, and ended up on the grass. I mean, I hope he's okay. I hope the truck's okay. With one race left to do this afternoon, John, you need to come this way.
Rally cars are the most technologically advanced vehicles on the planet. Their ability to tackle tough terrains of gravel, sand, and even mud with great agility, speed, stability, and safety is unmatched. In this video, we are going to cover the basics of how a rally car works. Starting from the exterior, rally cars are adapted from normal cars on the road. For instance, Toyota's GR Yaris is based off of the Yaris platform. Interestingly, this similarity stops with the shell, as all the other internals are swapped out with custom performance parts. Even so, the exterior is heavily modified for aerodynamics as per the WRC rules. The car's body panels snap together and can be easily bolted onto the chassis. Materials range from carbon fiber to aluminum. The chassis is made up of a space frame designed to provide maximum protection for the driver and the co-driver. Aerodynamic features include side skirts and a pronounced rear spoiler for downforce and stability, as well as air ducts for cooling various internal components. On the front, the cars have a splitter meant for creating downforce. On either side, they are fitted with dive planes that not only provide aggressive looks but also channel air along the side panels. Note that in the new cars, there's just a single dive plane that attaches to the front bumper from the side. The wider wheel arches, side vents, and skirts help direct air from front of the car, while also directing air away from the tires to reduce drag. The new regulations discourage use of rear diffusers. Diffusers reduce turbulence caused by air flowing under the car by creating more downforce and traction on the rear wheels. As air flows over the car, the spoiler directs it accordingly to generate rear downforce. The WRC regulations dictate the shape and the size of the spoiler. In terms of safety, under the external frame is a rigid roll cage that creates a safety cell to protect the driver and his co-driver. Brake calipers. In a rally car, the braking system is a critical component for controlling speed during high-speed maneuvers. On tarmac surfaces, the engineers typically apply large brake discs measuring 366 mm by 24 mm with 6 grooves. These are mounted to aerospace-grade aluminum mounting belts at the front of the car. At the rear, you'll find 3 or 5 mm discs. These substantial discs are wrapped by 8-port calipers with titanium pistons at the front and 4-port variants at the rear. The combination of powerful brakes and precise modulation allows rally drivers to decelerate rapidly, navigate hairpin turns, and maintain control even in challenging conditions. Transmission and axle. The transmissions of rally cars feature a 4-wheel drive configuration with 5-speed gearboxes and a mechanical shift. Notably, in the new rally car, the active central differential has been removed. The suspension has been streamlined, allowing a reduced amount of damper travel. The transmission system plays a crucial role in transferring power from the engine to the wheels. Rally 1 cars use a sequential gearbox with 5 speeds. Unlike normal manual gearboxes, where you can shift gears in any order, a sequential gearbox requires sequential shifts, which is up or down. The driver operates the gear lever to select the next gear, which engages automatically. The cars have both front and rear differentials which distribute power between the front and rear wheels, allowing for optimal traction. The mechanical differentials adjust torque distribution based on wheel slip during acceleration and cornering. With the introduction of the hybrid system, the driver has to manage the ICE and electric power to avoid depleting the battery. If the battery runs low, they need to regenerate energy during road sections. Safety systems. Safety systems in rally cars are robust and meticulously designed. Aluminum tubes connect the rear bumper to the rear clip, forming a framework capable of absorbing strong impact. The roll cage serves as the driver's main protection. It is a robust structure made of tubular steel that surrounds the cockpit. It provides structural integrity and prevents the cabin from collapsing during impact. On the side, there are heavy steel anti-intrusion panels that protect the drivers from objects that might penetrate the vehicle from either side during a crash. The doors, front and rear bumpers are lined with thick, injection-molded foam blocks to improve the car's ability to absorb impacts from all directions during accidents. The redesigned roof section can absorb up to 115% more energy compared to the previous design. The cars come with independent front and rear suspension, allowing each wheel to move individually depending on the terrain. The control arms are both connected directly to the chassis. The coil-over style adjustable shocks have dampers located inside the springs.
The truck is cleared away and the barrier is repaired. It looks as though John Bowler is able to drive the truck away. He's trying to, at least. Doing a 3-point turn. Get up from behind the JCB and he is driving off. I'm surprised. I thought the front axle would be broken after that impact with the tyre wall, but he's okay. Very carefully getting it off the grass. Looks like he's not going to need the big Peterbilt after all. Or is he? He's parked up down there just in front of the recovery entourage. Ito Ford Ranger pickup truck there as well, with Steve Bewers, the owner of Trackside Recovery, at the wheel, doing a bit of off-roading. Now the Peterbilts might be being brought in. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think he is going to possibly tow John Bowler in, so we'll hopefully get a better look at that huge American truck you can see in the background. So the recovery operation ongoing, the red flag coming out on our fourth truck race of the day. We have an incident at Graham Hill Bend, John Bowler and Michael Oliver sliding straight on into the tyre wall. Red flag came out with 4.5 minutes of the race remaining. Result hasn't officially been declared as yet, but provisionally Paul Rivette will be your winner. And Division 1 winner will either be Stuart Oliver or Stephen Powell, depending on what lap we count back to. Where is the Mick Gould Commercials recovery vehicle, the big 4-axle Peterbilt? Got a 600 horsepower, 15-litre diesel engine. That's a big American machine, and an 18-speed gearbox. Imagine seeing that on the motorway at night, all lit up. It weighs 21 tonnes, and the maximum gross train weight, that's the truck and what it's towing, can be up to 100 tonnes. Used to recover the biggest vehicles from mishaps out on the road. There's our track sweeper in position as well. That looks pretty impressive too, the 3-axle truck there. Mick Gould Commercials based down in East Sussex. They had this Peterbilt custom built in America and shipped over to the UK. It's got the fleet at Mick Gould's HQ includes quite a few American vehicles. Show truck in its own right, but earning its living today. In partnership with Trackside Recovery, the organisers of the recovery vehicles this weekend. Haven't seen a Peterbilt in truck racing since back in the 80s, in the early days of the sport, when the Dutchman Ad van Coverden brought over a Peterbilt tractor unit. I've seen photographs of it being raced at Brands Hatch. Goodness knows how he got it round Druids. You can see where that truck has taken the impact from Michael Oliver as well. It's bent the rear axle. I would say that's the end of the day for John Bowler. I don't think he'll get that repaired for the final race. Also see on the back of the cab there the sleeper cab extension. The operator effectively lives aboard his vehicle. Certainly be king of the road in that thing, wouldn't you? Scania sweeper in action as well, getting the oil and debris off the track. They're trying to dry the track out a little as well, I think. I think while we have this break in the action, while the track is cleared up, we can head down to Ian Waterhouse, who's in assembly with the junior saloon cars.
Well, I think we got away with it, didn't we, really, for 3.5 days. It was inevitable that we were going to get a downpour. I have to say a big thank you. As I was walking down, well, I say walking, as I was running down to get to the assembly area, somebody just said, do you want a hat, Ian? Why not, indeed? I don't really wear them very well, but here we go. Right, Junior Saloon Car Championship, second race of the day, final race of them for the weekend as well. Now, you may remember in race 1, Harry Smith took the win. We didn't actually get a chance to speak to any of the drivers because the race straight after them was the truck, so they had to get to the outer paddock. So let's go have a chat, shall we, with Harry and congratulate him on that race 1 win. How you doing? All right? Good to see you. Right, let's jump in. Harry, we're going to have to come and have a chat. Let's touch on race 1 first, because we didn't get a chance to speak after it. Congratulations. How's it feel to be a Junior Saloon Car race winner?
I'm kind of at a loss for words, really. I mean, I've been on the grid since 2021. I think last year everyone knew I had the pace in me, but the luck just wasn't there. And I think kind of over the off-season I progressed so much in myself and with the car and learning the tracks and different lines and all that sort of stuff. And I think today I kind of proved to everyone what I really can do.
Well, you certainly have done, but you get a chance to do it again. Different conditions. So we had a dry race earlier, wet conditions now. Are you a fan of these wet conditions?
Yeah, I like the wet conditions. I've never done like karting and stuff like that before, but I kind of got thrown straight in the deep end. My first ever time out in the car was wet, and I loved it. So hopefully I come away with another P1 today.
Top man, thank you so much. I really appreciate you talking to me. I'll shut this door because it is the rain's still coming down, but it's not as heavy as it was earlier. Let's go chat to Jonathan Moore, shall we? Second place, of course, in that race as well. Lines up second for this one too. Let's just open the door. I'm trying to get myself in so I can stay as dry as possible. Poor old John, our fantastic roaming cameraman, has got the full wet gear on here. Jonathan, race 1, pretty good on the podium. Must be delighted.
Yeah, I mean, me and Harry have been pretty equal on pace all weekend. Couple mistakes in the first couple of laps meant we dropped back, and then he got about a second, and it never really closed. You know, he wasn't getting away, I wasn't catching. But yeah, I mean, obviously wet race for now. It looks really slippy out there, so it'll just be about car control really, making sure you're not locking up, things like that. So easy to lose the rear or lock up or whatever in these conditions, but as long as you keep it on the road you should be alright.
That's the beauty of the JSCC, isn't it? You know, they're all the same cars, of course. It really comes down to driver skill, and the wet really highlights that even more so.
Yeah, I mean, the wet is just, it's an equaliser. You'll see people often in the wet who come from like 10th, 12th on the grid up to top 5. You know, people have different strengths, obviously. Not everyone is strong in the wet. It is a really difficult thing to learn, learning wet lines and whatnot, but when you do learn it, it can be very beneficial.
And Jonathan, did you get many Easter eggs yesterday?
We got one actually. We did a briefing with Motorsport UK and got one there. So apart from that, no. But Maltesers, so it was a good one.
Well, oh, there you go, Maltesers. That is a good one. These obviously pro athletes here. They don't eat too much rubbish, do they? Let's jump in here. And let's just move around a bit. I just want to go to Sherrington actually, because finished on the podium 3rd yesterday. Let's just have a quick word. I'm just going to jump in here. Car's starting to fire up. I think there's still a bit of repair. In fact, there's quite a lot of repair work still going on, so we're going to have quite a bit of time. James, on the podium earlier today. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a good race. I enjoyed it. I had a few battles along the way, but I think we're looking to go a bit higher up on the podium for this one.
Now, wet conditions. Okay, do you like that? Is this going to suit your style?
I mean, I'm quite a smooth driver normally, but I haven't had much experience in the wet in this car, so I'm going to have to be doing a lot of experimenting when I get out there, but hopefully we can make something happen.
So tell us about your route into the Junior Saloon Car Championship. What have you done before? Why motorsport?
So I've been at a racetrack since pretty much birth because my dad's been racing for years, doing things like Formula V, Sports 2000 and V to V.
Yeah.
So obviously I got into it by him. And then I started myself when I was about 7 or 8 in karting, but then we sort of just had enough of karting a bit because it wasn't really going anywhere. So when I was 13 we bought a junior saloon car, and then last year at 14 I did half the season.
14 years old, bro. Yeah, God, sorry, that's insane, isn't it?
Yeah. No, so last year I did half the season, and by the end we were sort of hit the front a bit. And then this year we're aiming to do the full season if we've got the budget for it, and we hope to sort of at least top 3 in the championship, if not win it.
Top man, thanks so much for talking to us, buddy. Best of luck in this race as well. Let's keep moving around, shall we? We've got to, I don't know if you can, you might have to go around that way, John, if you can squeeze through that little gap there. Let's just jump in here, shall we? Maserati, what a name. Here we go, let's jump in. Right, race 1, how was it for you?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, got off to a bit of a bad start, you know, my first race start, but yeah, just kept my head in the game, made a few overtakes and got P5 in the end.
Luca, tell us about your journey in motorsport so far. Where have you come from? What have you done before JSCC?
Well, I've only really done some sort of like not very competitive karting at Daytona Sandown. That's just local track. Done some in-kart, Super Champs, championships there.
What's it like being part of the JSCC? What's it like being a teenager hurtling around Brands Hatch in one of these?
It's great. I'm sure my parents and all my friends are scared, but you know, I'm loving it. Yeah, it's a great environment to be in. It's a great championship. Really enjoyed my first weekend. Yeah, hoping to get some more silverware.
Learning a lot?
Yeah, always.
Top man, best of luck. We'll certainly keep an eye on you there, Luca. Let's just keep moving around. We've still got time. Still, I believe there's still repair work going on, so let's keep going on. There's quite a lot of bodies. Let's just jump in, shall we? And
Alex, he was a driver last year.
Oh, Alex, how are you doing? All right?
Yeah, good.
It must be quite tough for you. You probably want to be out there, don't you?
Yeah, I do, yeah. But I mean, it's quite nice just being around, seeing the cars and everything, so.
What's on the horizon for you? What's the next step?
I've been looking to go into track attack, maybe the Hyundai Coupes, but I have to find some sponsorship to get that done.
Well, there you go. Well, give it a plug. If anybody wants to sponsor this young man, get in touch. How do we get in touch with you guys?
Well, we have a website which is speedygonzalez.com.
Speedy Gonzalez, I love that. That's brilliant.
And the Instagram is speedygonzalez.06, and yeah, you can find me through there.
That's it. Check your social media, because we might just be about to go through the roof. Let's just jump in here, shall we? It is open. And oh, look, very kind, bringing the netting down as well for us. Right, different conditions this time, wet conditions. Have you got much experience racing in the wet?
Fair bit in karting, but not a lot of testing in the car really in the wet. Only like races last year in the wet. Like, yeah.
Well, if you can handle karts in the wet, it should be a doddle, right?
Hopefully. I mean, hopefully we can do well in this race. You know, I want to move up, not go backwards.
Yeah.
I want to wait for mistakes in front, not really make the mistakes myself. So.
Well, they all say rain is a great leveller, isn't it? It's going to be an exciting race. You're looking forward to it?
Yeah, hopefully it should even out things. You know, I've been struggling a bit, like just getting the setup right, but you know, hopefully we can just go forwards in the race and not go backwards, like I say.
Top man, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck out there. And let's just parents.
Yeah.
Parents. Right. Let's talk to you guys, because it must be petrifying, mustn't it? Seeing your kids going around a racetrack.
Yeah, no, it is a bit, a little bit, but he's fine. He's used to it. He's done karting since he was 8, so he's fine.
You used to be nervous and scared all the time.
So
Right, guys, we're going to leave you to it. Actually, the cars are starting to fire up now. I'm just trying to have a look over at the other side of the circuit where the repair work was ongoing, and I think actually we might be about to go racing very, very shortly indeed. The engines are firing up. This is going to be good. Second race of the day for the Junior Saloon Car Challenge. Remember, these kids here, they're 14 to 17 years old racing these Citroen Saxos. I remember being 17 years old when Saxos were all the rage, but that was a long time ago now. Fantastic racing action surely about to come on. I did have an ex-girlfriend of mine, actually. She had a Citroen Saxo, a gold one. Didn't work out though, so right, time to go racing for the JSCC. I'm going to hand over to your commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Thanks, mate.
Thanks, Ian, and take that label off your hat next time, will you? Anyway, just before we get the JSCC underway, we have a provisional result confirmed now from the trucks. Paul Rivette, your winner. Second place was Stephen Powell. He wins Division 1 for the second time this weekend. Stuart Oliver third. Then it was David Jenkins in fourth place. The result counted back, in fact, at the end of lap 7, according to the timekeeper. So it's Rivette, Powell, Oliver, David Jenkins fourth, then John Powell fifth and second in Division 2. Sixth for David Smith, Simon Cole seventh, and Ryan Smith eighth, a lap down. Non-finishers for Michael Oliver, John Bowler, obviously Neil Yates and Tom O'Rourke. Hopefully we will see as many trucks back out as possible for race 5. I don't think we're going to be seeing John Bowler back out. The rear axle was bent on the number 14. So he'll be heading back to Stockport and getting ready for Pembrake. Anyway, the junior saloon cars will be out on track shortly for race number 2. Harry Smith, after over 2 full... After two full seasons and part of 2021 trying, finally getting his first win in race number 1. This grid, based on the second fastest time for each car in qualifying. Kyle Wells will have another chance here. He went off after a bit of a tangle with Josh Salvadori while they were fighting for the final podium position earlier on, letting James Sherrington in to take third place behind Harry Smith and Jonathan Moore. I can tell you Kieran Roberts will have a 2-place grid penalty for this race, that contact with James Sherrington. Saw a bit of push and shove between them in the first race. Been a couple of warnings given for contact in that first one. As I said, first day back at school. Track just being swept at the moment, and we'll be back underway as soon as we get the all clear from the clerk of the course. So despite the weather, the change in the weather, very enjoyable day of racing here at Brands Hatch on this Easter Monday. We've still got 6 more races to come, including the junior saloon cars coming next. Plenty of supporters in our comments at the moment. Hi to Nolene Lynch, who says good luck to Cole Lynch. Where's she on the grid? Cole is 11th on the grid for this one. Hello to Hannah Brown as well. Watching before football later. And Dan Bartlett says, didn't they used to race trucks on ovals back in the 80s? They did in the US, yes. There is a truck race from Dover Downs International Speedway, Delaware from the 80s on YouTube somewhere, the Big Rig 200. Where the American truck racer E.J. Utley had his famous crash in qualifying in the yellow Mack. Many people have seen that clip on crash compilations, but the full race is available on YouTube now. Some good old American truck racing. Just a pause while the circuit is checked at the moment. We want to make sure that all the conditions are the best they can be for these junior races. This is going to be very tricky for them. Hi to Brad Philpott, supporting Kieran Roberts, Jude Cooper and the whole of Team Oryx competition. Phil Manson says, racing is life. And as Steve McQueen said, everything before or after is just waiting. We are just waiting at the moment for the track to be cleared. Just making sure that any fluid that may have been spilled there is cleared up. And someone asking what engines are in the Saxos. They're 1600cc Citroen Saxo VTRs, all identical. The series used to be known as Saxmax in years gone by. And we now see the cars coming out onto track. We'll take you through the grid very shortly then. I imagine they'll get 2 green flag laps because of the changing conditions. That's normally the protocol. Harry Smith up to pole position in the number 10. Alongside him, number 12, Jonathan Moore. Second row, 448, Kyle Wells in the Vinner Sport car. And number 40, James Sherrington for Chandler Motorsports. Row 3, 46, Luca Maserati. He's run by MRM, alongside Josh Salvadori, driving for Chandler Motorsport as well. Row 4 is Kieran Roberts. 2-place grid penalty for him for contact in race 1. He's alongside 77 Oliver Law. Row 5, Francisco Howitt, number 50, and Bertie Bream in number 8. On the 6th row of the grid, 353 Cole Lynch alongside 88 Harvey Kersley. Row 7, treble 2 Oliver Kerr and 70 Wilf Butler. The 8th row, 19 Lewis Stannard and 4 Jude Cooper. Row 9 is 90 Jake Renshaw and 17 of Will Crutzen. Caitlin Scharfegger and Sherry Ann Powell on the 10th row. And the last row of the grid will be 95 Ben Smiles and 29 Alex Bergbaum, who failed to set a lap in qualifying with problems, has to start from the back. Looks as though everybody is present and correct. This will be another 15-minute race. Things are a little bit fraught first time out. Well done indeed to the recovery crews and the marshals there, getting everything cleared up after that accident in the truck race. And now the cars head off for their, what I suspect will be the first of 2 green flag laps. Yes, that's just been confirmed. There'll be 2 green flag laps just to get the drivers acclimatised to these wet conditions. Looks as though, the rain may have eased off. Still some umbrellas up though. It's still coming down, not as heavily as it was though. You can see that, look at the standing water at the bottom of Paddock Hill there. Drivers are going to have to go very carefully. Spare a thought for our marshals out in these wet conditions as well. have to shelter under their flags. James Sherrington in the number 40 could be one to watch here, I reckon. He's telling us about his family heritage in motorsport. His father a Sports 2000 racer, among others. Harry Smith leads them around, one of several drivers for Chandler Motorsports. They've got 5 cars out there in this race. Along with Harry, there's James Sherrington, Wilf Butler, Ben Smiles and Josh Salvadori. Vinnersport have got Kyle Wells, Francisco Howitt. Kersley Motorsport running Harvey Kersley and Bertie Bream. The Orex cars, Will Crewdson, the scholarship winner. Sherry Ann Powell, Jake Renshaw and Cole Lynch. There's just some of the teams involved in this championship. Another lap under the green flags. Kyle Wells, unlucky not to get a podium in race 1, the ex-Ninja Kart racer, tangling with Josh Salvadori on the final lap. Well, going into the final lap at Clearways. Can anyone stop the 2 front row men, Harry Smith and Jonathan Moore? We used to get lots of Jonathan's friends, I remember, commenting in our stream. Greg Wilkes says good luck, Harv. I presume that means Harvey Kersley. Daniel Erlester says Luca Maserati, great name. Yeah, that's a proper racing driver name, isn't it? Well, most of his family have been racing drivers, mainly in Porsches. Lee Fletcher cheering on Johnny Moore. Harry Smith comes from Maidenhead in Berkshire, Jonathan Moore from Leeds. Darren Ambrose says good luck, Kieran Roberts. They do look small compared to the trucks, don't they? Coming in so soon after the big rigs, these little Saxos. John Foote, hello to you, cheering on Sherry Ann Powell. One of a couple of young ladies on this grid. Our next live stream coming up on the 13th and 14th of April. That's from Snetterton. Hope you can tune in for that one. There's somebody who's just asking on our comments thread, but we're almost ready now for the start of our next race. Here we go then, the revs are up and Junior Saloon Cars race number 2 gets underway. Decent start from the second row, from the outside by James Sherrington. Jonathan Moore got away well from the outside, 3 wide. Further back in the pack, the treble 2 car of Ollie Kerr trying to get through the middle, and he's done so on the inside of Harvey Kersley. That was Cole Lynch on the inside. Looks like they've all just about made it round Paddock Bend in one piece. It's Smith and Moore side by side on the run up towards Druids. Third place is James Sherrington. Great getaway from him. And running out wide there, that's the number 88 of Kersley, the Lancaster Bomber. I think we're going to call that car the Lancaster Insurance car. It's still raining out there as Harry Smith has got clear. Jonathan Moore's down to third because James Sherrington up into second position. Then it's Kyle Wells, Josh Salvadori, Kieran Roberts is next in the order. They all made it round the first half lap or so, and it is Harry Smith who holds the lead. Jonathan Moore putting James Sherrington under pressure for second place. Josh Salvadori coming under fire from Kieran Roberts. Red headlamps on Josh Salvadori's car. That reminds me of Lewis Saunders' car when he won the title a few years ago. He had the red and black livery like that. Not sure if it's the same car. Side by side there a little bit further back. The number 50 on the inside of Francisco Howitz. Who's that coming up on the outside? That might be Luca Maserati trying to make a move there. That's not Maserati, he's a little bit further forward. So your leader is Smith from Moore, Sherrington, Wells, Salvadori, Roberts, Law, Maserati, Kersley and Howitz is your top 10. It was Harvey Kersley making the move up on the outside. Blaze of headlights as they come up towards Druids for the second time. Salvadori hanging on around the outside of Kieran Roberts. The red machine moves ahead of the green car. In behind Kyle Wells up into P5. So Harry Smith leads. Jonathan Moore running wide there over the curbs, but holds second place. See the tyre tracks there as they frantically try not to slip wide through the left-hander, and the leader out of shape there. Harry Smith just about holding it together. A lot of spray in there making visibility an issue as well. Jude Cooper being chased now by I think that's Ollie Kerr. Also back there Caitlin Scharfegger being challenged by the number 90. That's Jake Renshaw. Jonathan Moore is now back up into second place ahead of James Sherrington. Behind them Kyle Wells, then Salvadori. I think we've got a car pulling into the pits. It's Francisco Howitz, number 50, has gone into the pits unfortunately, so problems for him. As the leaders head up towards Druids. Harry Smith is pulling away. Jonathan Moore seem understeering a bit there as they head into the right-handed hairpin. Kieran Roberts under fire from Oliver Law in the number 77. Surprisingly, Harry Smith's done the fastest lap of the race, 107.976. Through Graham Hill Bend, kicking up the water from the puddles. Oliver Law chasing Kieran Roberts, that's the battle for P6. Just keeping it as steady as they can, keeping it sensible. No need to take unnecessary risks in this one. There's Luca Maserati chasing Oliver Law, runs a bit wide there through Clearways in 8th place, chased by number 4 of Jude Cooper in the white car. It's a line astern battle for second place. There's another car in the pits there. Oh, it's Cole Lynch, 353 unfortunately has pulled in. Whether those two had some contact, I don't know. The lead gap is up to 4.5 seconds. Smith's last lap at 106.64 compared to Moore, who did a 108.25. So it's getting on towards 2 seconds quicker on that last lap, Harry Smith. Sherrington in 3rd place, then it's Kyle Wells in 4th in the 448s. Salvadori is 5th in the red headlamped car. And Kieran Roberts, Oliver Law, Luca Maserati, leading the top 10, Jude Cooper and Harvey Kersley. And Cooper straight into the left at Surtees, the right at McLaren, into the longer right at Clearways. No change in position at the moment. It is good, sensible, level-headed racing. Driving to the conditions, these young racers. Don't forget there's some young as only 13 or 14 in this series, and a bit of push and shove there. James Sherrington tried a gap on the inside, bounced off Jonathan Moore, and that's allowed Kyle Wells down the outside. Well, he tried to gain a place, James Sherrington, but he's lost one because Wells got the momentum to get down the outside, and he's up to 3rd. Now having a go at Jonathan Moore for 2nd place. Kyle Wells making up for lost time and lost points after retiring from race 1. He's up on the back of Jonathan Moore there, trying to take 2nd place away. Side by side for 4th between Sherrington and Salvadori. Then it's Kieran Roberts, Oliver Law, Luca Maserati, Jude Cooper hanging on behind them. Salvadori going to have a look down the inside here into the left-hander. No, he's not. Kieran Roberts fighting back after that 2-place grid penalty. But Harry Smith is still lapping over 1.5 seconds quicker than Jonathan Moore and the rest of his pursuers. He's just in a 106.615 and he's over 6 seconds up in the lead. There he goes, just got a glimpse of him in the background. Moore's gone wide, coming out of somebody else going wide there as well at Clearways. That was Maserati, I think. Now we could see a change for 2nd place here. Carl Wells has got the run on the inside as they go towards Paddock Hill Bend. Now they've got a little more used to the conditions, they can start racing a little closer. Wells up the inside, takes Moore for second place, he's up to second. Good driving by Kyle Wells, he's our leading rookie in this race. You can see he's got the novice cross on the back of his car. Jonathan Moore, one of the more experienced racers on this grid, was third in the championship last year, will not give up easily though, he'll fight back. Fourth is Sherrington, then Salvadorian Roberts. Oliver Law behind him in the 77 car. Down towards Graham Hill Bend once again. Jonathan Moore soaring at the wheel almost there to try and get the car round. Doesn't seem to be as handling quite as well as the cars around him. Kieran Roberts now getting sideways, well, it's so slippy out there. But Kyle Wells driving superbly here in the Vinnersport car. What's the gap going to be this time through? It was 8.2 seconds last time over the line, it's up to 9.7 seconds. Yeah, he's pulling away by a second and a half a lap at this rate, so Harry Smith. We're only just coming up to half distance, and already Harry Smith looking good as Kyle Wells makes a mistake there, got sideways. Coming off Paddock Bend and does all his good work. He's lost 3 places, he could lose more because through goes Moore for second, Sherrington to third, Salvadori to fourth. Kyle Wells could lose fifth as well because Kieran Roberts is there on the inside. Poor old Kyle Wells, he's just not got the luck going for him today. And he's a new driver, he's learning. Bit of contact there between Salvadori and Roberts ahead of him. Jonathan Moore back into second place. Roberts forces his way through on the inside at Surtees. He's up to fourth ahead of Salvadori. Again, Moore runs wide around clearways. It's going to allow Sherrington to attack. Harry Smith's probably wondering where everyone else is. Lead was 9.74 seconds last time over the line. What is it this time? 10.7 seconds now. He's continuing to drive off into the distance. Biggest winning margin we've had so far this weekend. Carl Wells has lost it. Spins coming out, look out, bang! Oh dear. Big shunt there, Jude Cooper straight into the back. There was nothing he could do there. And that's going to be a race stoppage certainly. Big shunt there on the run up into Druids. Jude Cooper straight into the back of Kyle Wells who had spun. That's going to be a red flag straight away. Let's hope both of those young racers are okay. That was a big impact there. We're just over halfway through, 6 minutes 16 on the clock, the red flag out. So the race has been stopped. Kyle Wells, I think he just got a wheel onto the curb coming out of Paddock Hill Bend and spun. We saw him get sideways there the previous lap. And unfortunately Jude Cooper had nowhere to go, straight into the back of the 448. Race stopped immediately. Let's hope both of those drivers are okay. So the officials will check on the drivers. We'll await to hear news from the scene. Wait to see if the race is going to be restarted as well, but obviously our concern at the moment is with those involved in the incidents. That is such a shame for Kyle Wells because he ran as high as second at one point, but spun and was collected by Jude Cooper in the number 4. Kyle Wells from Surrey, Jude Cooper from Wyndham in Norfolk. The medics heading out onto track just as a precaution to check on the drivers. pause here while the officials deal with this incident on Halewood Hill. So quite a nasty incident there on the run out of Paddock Hill Bend, and just a pause in proceedings while we deal with the incident. It's come up on the TSL timing screen. The session will not be restarted. So that's race abandoned, and provisionally the results will be declared as a win for Harry Smith. I think it will be John O'Moore in second and James Sherrington in third. That's only provisional at the moment, but we've been told the race will not be restarted. We'll bring you news on the drivers, Carl Wells and Jude Cooper, as soon as we can. Under the red flag here at Brands Hatch on this Easter Monday. The second race for the Junior Saloon Car Championship stopped after an incident on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend involving number 448 Kyle Wells and number 4 Jude Cooper. Officials checking on the drivers and clearing up debris at the scene at the moment. We'll give you an update on the drivers as soon as we have one. It's obviously every precaution being taken to make sure that they are in the safest hands possible. Thanks to all our marshals, medical staff and everyone else here for their services. We couldn't go racing without them. And we'll give you an update as soon as we can, and hopefully be back underway and racing. The Junior Saloon Car race will not be restarted. So provisionally that will be a win awarded to Harry Smith. 2 wins for him this weekend. Next up on track scheduled to be the Sim Motorsports Caterham Graduates Sigma 150. But obviously at the moment just dealing with the incident on the exit off Paddock Hill Bend. And we'll be back underway as soon as we can.